be training you. I will be taking you through the process of scientific writing and communication. And basically, we will start by learning how to write a research proposal. Then we will go ahead to start, after the research proposal, then we will go into writing a manuscript for publication. And then maybe if there are other tools that can help you in your writing process, then I will also expose you to some of those tools, maybe not all, but those that the time will allow me to expose you to. So mine is just to welcome you, and I expect that we will all participate very actively so that we don't spend so much time. As I said, mine is to facilitate the discussion. It's not like I'm going to do a lecture. Mine is so that I know we are all at different levels, so we have different experiences. So mine will be just to guide the discussion so that we share the experiences that we have. So I have a presentation that I will use just to guide the discussion. But then as we go ahead, I would want you to introduce yourselves in the chat. It will be difficult for all of us to introduce ourselves, by saying out our names. But then in the chat, you can say what your name is, what your field of study and your level, so that as I give examples, I know who is represented and the different levels that are there. So if you are still doing your undergraduate or you are doing your master's or PhD, it would be a good thing for us just to get to know what we are doing, also our different fields of study. That will be very important for me during the discussion. So let's get into it, and I'll share. I have a presentation here, just a minute so that I get to share my presentation. Okay. I'll just put it in presentation mode. And so the first part of this training will be on proposal writing. So how do you write a research proposal? So basically that will be the first part of the training. So we'll go through how to write a scientific research proposal. But then after that, we will then go ahead and write a manuscript for publication. So as you introduce yourselves, I'll also be just keeping my eyes in the chat just to be able to see who is here, and there are different fields of research, so that when I give examples, I can take care of everyone. Because if I don't know who is represented, then it's difficult for me to know how to tailor my examples to the needs of whoever is attending the training. So research proposal writing is something that all of us will go through. Whether you're doing your undergraduate, you're doing your master's or PhD, at one point you'll have to write a research proposal. For undergraduate students at the end of fourth year or fifth year, depending on sixth year, depending on the kind of course you're doing, before you graduate before you get your degree, you shall have written a research proposal, you shall have done research, and you shall have written something. So it can be a report, it can be a publication or a thesis, whatever it is. But at the end of the day, you shall have written a proposal of some sort before you graduate with your degree. So I think it's important that we all know how to go about this, how to write a proposal, how do you craft a good proposal. But then also, you know that different fields would require different type of writing or different style of writing this proposal. So whatever I'm going to discuss here will be like a general overview of how to write a research proposal. But then depending on what your school requires, and also depending on what your field requires, then you will have to tailor it to what then suits whatever it is that is required in your field or in your school. So we will I'll start by asking you what you need to consider when starting to write a research proposal. So maybe somebody can just unmute and tell us, what will you consider? Let's say you want to write a research proposal for your fourth year, for your master's, or for your PhD. What is it that you will consider? Anyone at all? I don't want to call people's names so that just anybody can just unmute and just speak.
Good morning. I think for me it's the objective. Why are you writing? Is it a problem you want to solve? Is it some knowledge gap you want to bridge? So the reason, the objective for me would be the most important thing.
Yeah, thank you. So you said it should be the reason or the objective. Is there a problem you've seen you want to solve, or is there a gap that you feel in knowledge that you feel needs to be filled? Any other person that also wants to give their opinion on what they would consider before they start writing a research proposal? So for those who are a bit more advanced, I would want us to restrict ourselves to academic proposal. When we talk about research proposal, then some of us, I think your head might wander and you start thinking about the other research proposals that are funded, and there's a bit of a difference. So here we are trying as much as possible to restrict ourselves to an academic research proposal. Any other person who also wants to contribute, what do we consider, apart from what has been said already, what is that any other thing that we consider before we start writing our proposal?
Yeah, this is Capis. I think you can also consider the scope. Remember, you can propose, but sometimes maybe you're not able to reach or get all the data. So you have to look at the scope, whether you'll be able to acquire all the data that you need. I think it is a very important consideration. Yes.
Exactly. Thank you. So the scope is also important so that you don't bite more than you can chew. So you might end up writing, hey, I want to look at the impacts of teenage pregnancy on school completion rates across Africa. And then you realize, hey, I'm registered at the University of Nairobi, and I really don't think I can be able to do this unless, of course, I'm doing like literature search or some literature review. But then if it's actual data collection, then you realize if you don't consider the scope, then you might end up biting more than you can chew, or you might end up promising more than you can deliver. So there are several other things that people consider, but I think basically we have talked about a few of them. So we will see again. But then how then do we know all these things that we are talking about? It means, therefore, that we need to research before we research. So it means that for us to know whether there's a problem or not, whether there's a gap or not, or for us to be able to even gauge the scope, or even just to know the resources that will be required for us to achieve whatever it is that we are proposing, it means that we do have to do some research. And this research has to be done through reading. So you must do a lot of desktop research, so to speak. So there's a bit of literature review, literature synthesis that has to go into this. Because the question that will be asked all the time, and I've seen someone has written this in the chat, is the statement of the problem. So what is the problem? Because when you go to your professor or your supervisor, the first thing they will ask you is, I'm not seeing a problem. What problem are you solving? Or what is the problem? I'm not seeing the problem. If they keep telling you they're not seeing the problem, it means maybe you've not read enough, because then it's through reading that you will say, okay, I know this has been done, I know this has been done, I know this has been done, or I know these methodologies have been applied, but then this is what is missing, or this is what is still unknown. So we must put this at the back of our heads that for you to be able to identify the scope, for you to be able to identify the actual problem, or even the objectives, or the literature, or the knowledge gaps, it means, therefore, that we must do a lot of research. And this research is through literature review and through literature synthesis. So you must be able to read literature. One is you must be able to access them. After accessing them, you must then now be able to read, synthesize, and synthesize them so that you know what is known and what is not known. I think that is one of the areas we are going to talk about. Where do I get literature from? How do I read and synthesize them? And then how do I also now use citation tools to cite and manage my references? So here, the main thing, the main point in this slide was to bring to your attention that you cannot just go ahead and start writing a proposal without reading. So you must do thorough reading so that you get to understand what is known, or even just to know what is trending. You really want to also plug into what is trending in your field currently. So in my field of fisheries and aquaculture, we are seeing people getting into cage aquaculture in Lake Victoria, as an example. And also people trying to find alternative sources of protein for fish feed formulation. And people are getting into using earthworms and also black soldier fly. So through reading, you get to know what is interesting currently in my field. You don't want to do something that would not be interesting. And people will be like, hey, I really don't see why this should even be studied. So these are some of the things, these are some of the reasons why I'm saying you must research before you research. Otherwise, you will be asked questions and then you realize, hey, I didn't just do enough reading. Okay, but then we talked about knowledge gaps, and there are several types of knowledge gaps. I'm not going to talk about all of them. Of course, all these materials will be shared so that you can also be able to use them later on. But then one of the gaps here could be a temporal gap. So when you read through and realize, hey, over time, this has been known, but then over time, I think the last information that was there was in 2015. So I think a lot has changed over time. There is the contextual gap where insufficient understanding of the environmental setting, methodological gap. So maybe there are some methods that have been used, but then you realize, hey, is it possible for me to try a different method and see if I can get the same results or get different results? Or I think the methodology that has been used all along has certain gaps. And I think that is ways through which, through my research, I can be able to fill in those gaps. So there are several different, this is not even all of them, but then there are several types of knowledge gaps that can be there, but then you can only identify them if you have read. So the bottom line is you must identify what gap is there so that when you tell your supervisor, hey, I'm writing this because the gap is here. The last information available here was in 2015. So the last time somebody did a comprehensive research on the feeding behavior of Nile perch in Lake Victoria was in 2015. The ecology of the lake has changed over the past 10 years, and a lot has happened. Water quality, all these things, people have now started doing cage farming, for example. So we know that such ecological systems would respond to some of these things. So I want to see whether over the 10-year period, has there been any difference in terms of growth rate, growth patterns, feeding ecology, and stuff like this. So I'm just giving an example from the field I'm familiar with. So basically, if you must be able to identify and justify the gap. So even if it's just methodological gap, or if it's just some temporal gap or empirical gap, where there is lack of evidence to support any hypothesis. So maybe there are people, researchers have hypothesized a lot of things, and then you realize, hey, is there any evidence to support this hypothesis? So I'm confronting this hypothesis by trying to do a research that is going to try and find evidence to support or disapprove this. Okay. Then how do you select a research idea for your proposal, whether it's a PhD or master's or whatever? I think we've talked about this, but I'll just repeat a few of them. So one is you need to consider interest. So you need to align research interest with personal interest to ensure motivation and engagement. So sometimes if you just do research for the sake of doing research and you are not interested in whatever you're working on, and especially for PhD, I'll give you an example with a student I have been working with. We were doing PhD together, though he's still struggling to finish. What happened is he had written a proposal in a completely different topic. But then a project came along, and he was told that because he was struggling to get money to collect data, he was told, hey, this project will pay you some stipend and also set up a system for you to collect your data. So the only way you can be able to benefit from that is if you change your topic and write something that aligns with the objectives of the current project that is going to sponsor you. So then he had to change. Now, as it is right now, there are so many things he still cannot put together because his interest was not really there. So I think sometimes there is a need for us to consider our interest, because then that will motivate you to do some of these things. And even during PhD, during the whole journey, you will have to talk about what you are doing, what your research is about, what your motivation was. So if the motivation did not really come directly from you, then you realize you are going to struggle quite a bit. So those are some of the things. Then you need to brainstorm ideas. So you need to generate a wide range of potential research topics to explore. And well, I always tell people that during brainstorming session, you don't throw things away. So if you're at the brainstorming session, put everything into that box, and then you will start shifting them later. Sometimes you find people thinking of ideas, throwing them in there, and then you remove them immediately. No. So just brainstorm and think about what are the potential research topics that I can look at in my specific area of research, and just try to brainstorm. Don't stick yourself to one thing. And also, the other thing that I also tell people, and I think is in the next slide, is sometimes students come and ask you, hey, Nicholas, can you help me get a research topic for my master's or a research topic for my PhD? That's not the best way of approaching a research idea. You cannot develop a research idea if you are trying to find a topic, because then you're just looking for a set of words that will describe whatever it is that you want to study. That will take you a lot of time. So think of research ideas. So during brainstorming is where you're going to ask yourself the critical questions, because then once you think of it as a concept, then the concept will distill into a very nice topic or a very nice title that will describe the concept. So don't think about getting the topic or the title of your research. Think about the concept around which you want to do your research. Okay. Then, as I said, you also need to align with trends sometimes. So you need to choose a topic that addresses current trends in the field for relevance. You don't want to do something that is not relevant to your field or that is obsolete. So you are doing some research on a specific technology that is obsolete. Somebody will tell you, hey, I think the last time this technology was used, it was in 20, maybe there has been a lot of developments in our field since the last time this technology was developed. So there's nothing much you are bringing here, unless you are trying to compare it to something else and seeing, hey, did we go wrong while modifying this, or, but then if you are looking at something that is not trending or something that is not relevant at the moment, then it will be very difficult for you to convince the panel or convince whoever is looking at your work that that work is important. And then also, you need to also ensure feasibility. See, okay, so I think there is someone who talked about the scope, and that also goes into feasibility. You really don't want to pick up something that is too big for you to deliver. Okay, select a topic that is feasible to research within available resources and time. So that is also one thing you need to think about. You could be interested in doing something, but then you realize, hey, I need 7 million shillings to be able to actualize this kind of research, or the kind of machines or the kind of equipment I need to collect this data, or conduct the experiment I want to work on. Is not available in Kenya, or it's not available at my university, or I will not be able to purchase or afford them. Just think of something that is feasible, because when you go to your supervisor, that's one thing they will ask you. They will tell you, you want to do PCR. Okay, where will you do it? Do we have it at the lab? Then you'll say, I can try to find out if they have it at Calro or somewhere at the University of Nairobi, maybe a certain lab. If you're not clear, then don't think about it. But if you're sure of where you are going to get it, then but the most important thing is it feasible? Okay. So these ones are things I'll not, you can read them when you get the materials, but then this is just some of the areas we've talked about, how to select a research topic. Okay, so you need to aim to solve a genuine contextual problem. You should not be too broad. You need to know all the requirements. It must be relevant to your field of study. If you are studying to get a PhD or a master's in fishery sciences, for example, and you are doing something that is so irrelevant to that, then your supervisor will obviously tell you, I'm not seeing any fisheries in this, or I'm not seeing how relevant this is to fisheries. So think about all those things. Then they keep the page word limit in mind. Those ones are basically just the general things. I think these are the key questions that somebody needs to ask at the proposal development process. These are things you can read later and just check. So how do we plan and write a proposal? There are critical steps that you go through as you plan to write your proposal. So the first one is knowing and analyzing the problem. I think we've talked about this quite a little bit. So you need to, this is achieved by analyzing the prevailing situation. So within your field, think about what is it that, let's say if you are in the field of, let's say you are in the field of agronomy, for example. Are farmers struggling with a certain disease, for example? Or are farmers struggling with certain pests? Or are farmers struggling with just look at what is prevailing currently within your field, because then that gives you an idea points you to the direction of the research topic or the research idea that you can think about. And also it enables you to formulate your statement of the problem. So because the statement of the problem, as I said, is the most important part. I think it's one of the most important parts of your research, because somebody will read it and say, I'm not seeing the problem, because it is from the statement of the problem that you are going to even derive the objectives. Okay, because when you're writing a statement of the problem, you have to state what the problems are, because your research is trying to solve, to provide data or generate information to solve those problems. So after that, when you are trying to now formulate your objectives, then the objectives must be informed by the statement of the problem. So if I'm seeing objectives that are not reflected in your statement of the problem, then I'll ask myself, where did these objectives come from? If I have to see them at least insinuated in the statement of the problem as either gaps or as either actual problems in the society or in the industry. We will talk about that when we are writing the statement of the problem. But then you can use, for you to be able to now also analyze and conceptualize the problem very well, the most important tool and the best tool to use is the problem tree. So the problem tree helps you analyze the problem and the situation that is prevailing, because then that helps you get to connect the causes and the consequences of the problem. So as you can see, at the midsection or at the center of the tree is the problem. We'll look at an example in the next, but then here I just want to show you that when you are writing all this, the whole idea behind the problem tree is where you have the causes as the roots, then the actual problem and the consequences. So you hear people talking about what is the root cause of this? What is the root cause of this disease, for example? What is the root cause of this problem? So the roots will be the causes, then you have the problem in the middle and the consequences of that problem. So it means that when you're writing the statement of the problem, you are going to tell us, this is the problem and this is what is causing that problem, okay? This is the problem, this is what is causing that problem, and these are the consequences of that problem. So that it also gives you the grounds for justification that, hey, the consequences I'm talking about can only be solved when this data is collected or when this kind of research is carried out. So the example that I'm going to give you is, I'm going to use is here. So the example is, maybe if the main problem, for example, here is that teenagers do not finish school, then we need to ask ourselves, why are the teenagers not finishing school? So let's say your research is about school dropout among teenagers. So you need to ask yourself, why are teenagers not finishing school? So what is causing this? So the first level of the first layer of roots is the parents do not encourage them. Then you ask yourself, why are parents not encouraging them? Maybe because parents don't think school is important. Why don't parents think school is important? They don't think school is important because maybe they are frustrated. They have education, but then they didn't get the jobs they studied for, so they are frustrated. Why did they not get the job they are studying for? So you can easily follow that route until you get to the deepest part of it, and then you come to the next layer of roots, follow it to the end. Because when you connect all that, then when you now when you want to now write it out as statements, then you realize you have mapped out all the single problems and their causes, rather than when it is just jumbled up in your head and you don't know which one connects to which. So that is the reason basically why I'm encouraging that you use a problem tree. And most of the time you can even just draw it by hand, just somewhere, because of course it's not going into your proposal. So this is just to help you plan. So you can just get a piece of paper and then put the problem in the middle and then start drawing. What is causing this? What is causing this? What is causing this? Then you go to the next layer. Like here we start with one of the reasons or one of the causes of teenagers dropping out of school is that parents do not encourage them. Then we ask ourselves, what are the problems? Why are parents not encouraging them? One of them is the parents do not think school is important. Then we can even follow that further and ask ourselves, why do parents feel school is not important? Or we can go the other side and ask, why are parents too busy to discipline or support them? They are too busy because they are working. They're doing a lot of work because of the economy and stuff like this. So you can easily ask yourself a lot of questions. And then at the end of the day, once you link all these causes together, then you realize, hey, I have a strong statement that I can put out there. The next example that I'm giving here is about the core problem here is that rice productivity is low. So then we get to ask ourselves, why is rice productivity low? Then rice productivity is low because arable land is very limited. Then irrigation system does not work properly. Why does irrigation system not work properly? The main facilities are not well maintained. Why are the main facilities not well maintained? Is it because of government facilitation or lack of government facilitation? Why is government not facilitating? All those things. So you go from the first layer to the second layer, even to the third layer, even to the fourth layer, depending on how deep you want to go. You get to a point where you realize, hey, I think I have exhausted all these connections and all these causes, but I cannot go further than this. And then you say, now from here, I'm going to link this into a coherent paragraph so that I can describe actually what the problem is. Okay, and then of course the consequences, you also have to mention what the consequences of this main problem is, because this is now preparing us for the justification and also the significance of the study. Because the justification is, why is this study important? Okay, why do we need to do this study? So here is about, then after knowing and analyzing the situation of the problem, then the step 2 is concept mapping. So concept mapping is where I have analyzed and I have now known the concept around which I want to do my research. But then what part of that specific concept do I want to talk about? So let's say we are talking about the concept of climate change, which is too big, okay? So what questions do I ask myself so that it's very clear and it's really targeted to what it is that I want to study? So the questions you need to ask yourself is what, where, why, who, and the other question is also so what. Okay, and yeah, so we have, okay, there is also the how that is also missing. So what do you want to study? Why do you want to study it? How will you study it? Why do you want to study it? Where will it be done? And who will be involved and who will benefit from this? Let's just go. I'll skip that a little bit. So these are the questions you want to ask yourself after deciding what you want to talk about. So let's say you want to study something around the problems associated with armyworm invasion in some of these farms. So let's say you are in the field of agriculture or in agronomy, and you realize that the problem that most farmers are facing right now is the invasion of armyworms. So you need to ask yourself, what aspect of the armyworm do you want to study? Okay, its impacts on crop yield, for example, or its impacts on the actual physiology of the crop, or the crop type that it attacks, all those things. So what? So what I always tell people, once you decide on the concept around which you want to do your study, ask these questions and answer them to yourself first. Okay. So ask yourself, what do I want to study? And answer it in plain English. Don't complicate anything. Just say, I want to look at the relationship between this and that. Simple like that. Why do you want to study? Okay, I want to, so this one helps to justify research significance and rationale. I want to study it so that I'm able to understand the correlation between this and that and generate information on A, B, C, D. Okay, how will you do it? Okay, the how now talks about the methodology. So that at the onset, you already have an idea of everything. How do I want to do it? Okay, I want to approach it by planting crops and, monitoring their growth and finally recording the yield at the end. Okay, okay. Where do you want to do this? Because then this also requires, this one now talks about the research context and setting. So let's say you are doing this, so you need to tell us, okay, I'm doing this in Nyando, or I'm doing this in Nandi, or I'm doing this in Kerio Valley. Why am I doing it even in Kerio Valley? Because maybe this specific crop is predominantly grown there, or armyworm problem is more prevalent there at the moment compared to other parts of the country. And that's, so just ask yourself all these questions. And then, so what? The so what is the research implications. So at the end of it, after doing all these things, yes, I shall have written a good proposal, I shall have collected some good data. But then what would be the implication of this? So what? So what would be the output of, what would be the outcome of my research? So you need to ask yourself, after you've decided what you want to study, ask yourself what, why, how, where, and so what. Answer them to yourself first. Because if you are able to answer all this, then it's very easy for you now to know the direction your research is going to take. Otherwise, you might end up guessing a lot of things. And if somebody wants to engage you about your research, then you are now lost because you don't know. You didn't ask, because if somebody asks you, okay, I have understood what you want to do, there's no problem. But why do you want to do it? So if you had not thought about it very critically, then you will start, just, guessing things. But if you have it all figured out somewhere, then you say, okay, this is the reason. Okay. If they ask you, how do you want to do it? Without explaining a lot of things, you just tell them, hey, I just want to go and interview 75 people and do some key informant interviews so that I get to understand in depth why teenage pregnancy is rampant in Sierra County as an example. So I'm just giving an example. So you need to ask yourself all these questions and answer them to yourself before you answer them to someone else. Okay. Now, when you're doing your PhD or master's, I always encourage people also to write their master's or their PhD story. Okay. So just write a simple story in a very simple and plain language. Write out what you want to do. Make it as clear as possible. First to yourself. So if somebody asks you, what are you researching on, or what is your research about? How can you explain that in very simple terms? Because some people don't have PhD stories, and there's a in our TikTok channel, we've talked about writing the PhD stories and also writing the mini PhD stories, because each objective again will require you to write a story about that specific objective. I'm not saying you are writing it for the sake of writing your proposal, but this just for you to be grounded in your research. So that if somebody asks you, hey, tell us the story about your objective one, then you say, okay, my objective one focuses on ABCD. It was picked because of this and that was the reasoning behind that objective, because it's going to yield information ABCD that is going to help, So write the general PhD story. If somebody asks you, what is your research about? Write a general one, a very short one. And then you can now go ahead and write other small stories for each objective. This is just advice I'm giving you, so that this makes you be so grounded in your research that if you see a conference coming up, you know which story to take to that conference. Okay, so that's my advice. Then step 3 is identifying the funding source. And this is very important for masters and PhD students. Sometimes you have identified all these things. You have a very good problem you want to solve. You have everything figured out, but then where is money coming from? Like for PhD, it can be very expensive to collect your data. You want to go out to the lake, for example, do diurnal sampling, and you have to do it for several months. You can imagine getting a boat or hiring all these research vessels as an example and doing it's going to be very expensive. So we talked about feasibility and also looking at the resources that are available, but then you also need to consider the funding source. But remember, we were talking about sometimes when you are attached to a project, so you are told, okay, you are looking for funds, no problem. There's a project in your school that can be able to support you. But then the problem, the project is also looking at how will you help them also achieve their objectives. It's not about how they can help you. It's about how can you help them. Because these funders or whoever is going to support your work also has their own objectives. So projects have objectives. So one of the objectives, of course, maybe would be to graduate one master's or PhD student. But then that PhD student has to do something that is very relevant to the objectives of the project. So think about this and think about if you are approaching a donor or approaching a funder or approaching a project for support, tell them, I know your project is working on ABCD. Basically, that's also my area of interest. If you look at my proposal, it's also talking directly to that. That is the only way they will see how you are trying to help them achieve the objectives of the project. But then if they see that your area of interest is not anywhere close to what their interests are, then they will be like, hey, you want us to help you meet your objectives without you helping us meet our objectives. So think about that even as you approach some of this. But then why is it important for us to write a research proposal? I think this is something we need to ask ourselves. Why is it important for us to write a research proposal? Why don't we just go out to the field and start collecting data? Apart from the fact that, of course, it's a university requirement, it helps us to clarify our ideas. I think from the beginning, we've been thinking about how then do we clarify our ideas even before we start putting it down. So the research proposal helps you to clarify your ideas. It helps us to plan. It helps us also develop good writing habits, because we shall have started even writing some parts of the final report of thesis. Some parts of this will not change even when we are writing our thesis. And also to communicate our proposed research to get advice. As I always tell students, master's, PhD, or even undergraduate students, be proactive. Sometimes it's difficult for me to guide you if you don't have something written down. You come to me and tell me, hey, Nicholas, I want you to help me with my research. And then you are not even aware of what it is that you want to do your research on. Or, okay, so I am not sure what you want to do. So it's all in your head. You want to talk to me so that I can see what is in your head. It's very difficult. So write it down like in a concept format, so that when you give it to me, I can be able to say, okay, so this is what this person plans to do. So proposal helps you communicate your proposed research to get advice, even from your peers, not necessarily from. So here, this is just a summary of what I've talked about. Sources for funding and support. So if you write a proposal, of course, that is also the chance of increasing the chances of obtaining grants or scholarships. Sometimes it's difficult for you to approach a donor that I want you to support me, or even that's the university. The university will tell you, hey, we have a project, but then we want you to write a proposal so that we see how best we can assist you. So it helps you with that. It also demonstrates feasibility, establishes academic rigor, clarifies research objectives, and facilitates feedback. I think we've talked about that. Now, what is the reader looking for when they are reading your proposal? So let's say when you send your proposal for review, so you've written a proposal, it has been given out to the faculty to read and see whether it is something that is feasible or not. One of the things is significance of your proposal. So this goes, of course, both ways. If you are doing proposal for funding or you are doing proposal for academic research, if it's not significant in terms of the problems it's going to solve, then that's something that's not going to be important to anybody. Feasibility, okay? So the proposal must convince the reader that the research is valuable and is realistic or achievable. Okay, so we really feasibility has to be has to be clear that I know that I'm doing this I'm studying the reproductive behavior or the growth performance of this specific fish, and it is a fish that can be grown in the facilities that you are trying to propose, and all this can be achieved using the facilities and the resources that are available. Okay. Now, while assessing or reading your proposal, the reader asks a series of questions that your proposal must provide answers to. Okay. So when I'm reading your proposal, maybe I've been given a student's proposal to, hey, look at this and just look at it and gauge it. What questions do I ask myself? It's a good thing for you to know these questions or this criteria so that when you write your proposal, you have it at the back of your head. Okay. So one is research skills and competence. So we look at when we're reading through, we say, okay, this student is trying to get a PhD in fishes and aquaculture, but then they are going into a lot of gene coding. In their background, do they know anything to do with gene coding? Then if they don't have completely that knowledge, then we will start looking at, it might be difficult for this student to pull this through. So, I really have my own doubts. The other one, of course, is resource availability. So we are looking at the budget. We are looking at the supervision. For example, you want to do something, and maybe you realize that within our faculty or within the university, there is no one who is going to supervise you adequately. Or even from outside, you've not recommended or you've not proposed someone to be part of your supervision. So we start doubting whether it's possible for you to write this and be able to. Then also clarity of objectives. So you must make sure that your objectives are clear enough. As I said, whether you are doing this for funding or you are doing this just for your academic research, the objectives have to be very clear. The other one is also degree requirements. So we are writing a proposal. We are going to ask ourselves, is this sufficient for a word of the degree this person is trying to get? You're trying to write a proposal for the award of a PhD, but you only have two objectives, or you have just one objective, or the requirements for the degree. You look at it. Maybe you are reading a proposal and you say, hey, this could only suffice for an undergraduate degree, but maybe not for a master's. So those are the things. And also literature review. We also look through the literature review and see whether you have done a thorough review and also a thorough justification of the literature. Contribution to knowledge, the methodology, is the methodology appropriate? Did you choose the right methodology, appropriate methods and materials? And did you identify the risks? And also in terms of time management, is the time you have, are your timelines feasible? I'll give you an example where I was reading some proposal that was written by a master's student, and this master's student was doing something in fisheries that is called length at first maturity. So this length at first maturity can only be achieved when it's the length at which at least 50% of the fish are mature. And this person was going to grow fish from fingerlings. The research, of course, their timelines, he had proposed to do this thing for 1 month. And the fish he's working with are fingerlings that he was stocking at 10 grams. And this is tilapia. So obviously, you know that whatever this person, one of the objectives that is going to look at LM50 is not going to be achieved within the time within which they are proposing. So one, I'm already doubting whether they understand the concept behind length at first maturity. You know, I'm doubting that, because if they are grounded enough in their field, they should know that that is something you cannot achieve in 1 month with the kind of fish he was working with. The second thing is also about even just the, you know, that now makes you doubt a lot of things. So you start doubting whether this person did enough literature review to understand what that aspect means. You ask yourself whether they even know the maturity or how long it takes tilapia that is stocked at 10 grams to mature to a point where when you do random sampling, you can look at LM50, you know, all those things. So I think there's a lot that once one thing is amiss, then now the evaluator starts thinking about a lot of things and starts asking a lot of questions. So some of the questions that we ask ourselves is the problem worth studying? Are the objectives of questions clearly stated? What contribution to knowledge is the issue of the issue will the study make? If for the award of a degree, will the expected research outcome meet the requirements of the degree? So I think this is one thing I've explained. So if you are trying to be awarded a master's degree or a PhD degree or another graduate degree, I'm reading your proposal and I'm asking myself, can this really be sufficient for somebody to get a PhD out of? So think about all those things, okay? Has the researcher thoroughly reviewed documented literature and used it to justify the research? Remember at the beginning, we were talking about research gap and knowledge gaps. So this is the only way you are going to convince us that, hey, I have identified these gaps through the literature that I have searched. And I'm going to look at the structure of your literature review section, because the literature review section has to be informed by the objectives. It has to be informed, of course, by the problems you are trying to solve. So if I'm seeing a literature review section is not tackling the objectives, then I'll start asking a lot of questions, whether you did sufficient literature review and whether you did sufficient identification of the gaps, okay? Now, are the proposed materials and methods appropriate for the study? Does the researcher have the necessary skills to complete the study successfully? So here I'm taking you into the heads or into the eyes of the reader, of whoever is going to review your proposal, so that you get to understand what goes on behind the scenes when someone is reading your proposal. Okay, so do you have the necessary skills? So you are trying to propose that you want to do gene editing of a certain fish or of a certain animal or a certain rat. But then we realize that your undergraduate, you did statistics, for your master's, you did something in data management, and now for your PhD, you are telling us that you want to edit the genes of a certain rat. Then I'll ask myself, do you have the necessary skills? Just an example. Are the required resources available? This is where we're talking about feasibility. So the budget, materials, supervision, do you have somebody who is competent enough to even supervise? Have the potential risks been identified and managed, and is the timeline feasible? These are the things we are asking ourselves, okay? Now, here we are talking about now the structure. So here we are now getting into the actual writing. The first part were just preliminaries of what goes into it. but now we are getting into the actual writing, okay? I think just a reminder of what you intend to do, why you intend to do it, how you intend to do it, okay? Now, the exact format of a proposal varies among faculties or even schools. So your school will have specific guidelines on how your proposal should be formatted. So you really need to confirm with them and ask. There are universities that will tell you that the objectives come immediately after the statement of the problem, and then the justification follows. Some universities will tell you that after the justification, after the objective of the study, you go ahead and write your justification before you write your objectives. Some universities will tell you we only want the justification. There's no need of writing the significance of study. Some universities will tell you that we want both. You have to write the significance of the study and the justification of the study. So it depends on your university. So ask the university or ask your school or faculty, what format do I follow? Most of them have. So they will just tell you, this is the format. This is how then the document should be formatted, or this is how how the different sections should appear. So that notwithstanding, we are going to talk about each of those sections, regardless of how they will appear in your document. The most important thing is for you to know what goes into which section, so that as you write, regardless of where it appears in your proposal, you know how to do the right thing. Okay, so basically the components of a proposal: one is the title, that is a concise description that captures the essence of the research. Then we have an abstract, which is a summary of the proposal, including objectives and methodology. Then the introduction, which is the background. Then we have the literature review, the objectives, the research questions or hypothesis. Then we have the methodology, the significance of the study. It appears anyhow, but your university will tell you what comes where. Then the timeline, which most of the time is just the work plan. Then you have the budget, and then we have the references. That is all that most of the components of a proposal. Some universities will talk about other different subsections under some of these sections. Okay. Now, the first one is now the title. So let's start from there. What goes into the title of your proposal? So it's a mini abstract of your investigation. So you need to paint a quick picture of the key ideas. Okay. Now the words should reflect the focus of your proposal. So, okay. So you need to put the most important words first. So you need to start by putting the most important words towards the beginning, so that we know that this is your area of focus. Otherwise, if you put them towards the end, then we might end up not really getting what your focus is on. So make sure that you put the most important words towards the beginning, so that we know that this really was what your focus was about. So the example I'm giving here is the title number one is left-handedness in students and its relationship to learning preferences. Then title number two is learning preferences in students and the connection to left-handedness. So casually, these two titles appear to be the same. So if somebody reads them, they think, okay, these people are going to work on the same thing. It's about left-handedness, and it's also about learning preferences. But then if you look at title one, the focus is left-handedness, while project two, the title, the focus is on learning preferences. So in title one, this person is focusing on left-handedness. So the first thing is they are going to look at people who are left-handed, and then they are going to, are you left-handed? Yes or no? Yes, I'm left-handed. What are your learning preferences? So that we see left-handedness, how left-handedness is connected to. But then the second one is they are going to ask people, they are going to focus on learning preferences, and then trying to see whether those learning preferences have any connection to left-handedness. So here, the first one, they are focusing on left-handedness. So they are focusing on people with the left hand or left-handed people, and looking at if being left-handed has any. But then the second one, they are going to look at learning preferences as the main focus, and then trying to connect it to. So if your focus is left-handedness, make sure you put that towards the beginning, so that we get to see your focus. If your focus is learning preferences, then put that towards the beginning, so that we get to understand what you are titling. Now, in order to develop a clear title, you must be clear about the focus. Okay, so that has to be clear. Now, the title should be concise and descriptive. Often, titles are stated in terms of a functional relationship because such titles clearly indicate the independent and dependent variables. So sometimes you really want to put your variables in the title. So if there's correlation between this and that, or the impact of this on that, so that it's clear from the onset that I know that some of the you might not put all the variables in your title, but sometimes it's good to put the main one so that it's clear that this I'm going to look at this and this as the main variables. Okay. Yeah, we are not going to use anything. Then after the title, we have what we call the introduction and the background of the study. So the introductory part of the proposal, basically chapter 1, has several parts. But so let's start with the background of the study. So background of the study now provides the necessary background or context of your research problem. So how did we get here? Okay. So the background gives us a little bit of a backdrop. Let's say we are talking about teenage pregnancy as an example. The problem that's associated with teenage pregnancy in a specific county. So you cannot just, let's say we are doing it in Siaya. We are looking at the prevalence of teenage pregnancy in Siaya and what is causing it. And you cannot just start in your background and start telling us directly about the problem of association with teenage pregnancy in Siaya. You need to start by giving us a little bit of a background. And in the background is also where you are going to define certain terms. I'm not saying you write and define, but this is where you are going to define so that we get the context within which you are using some of these things. So if somebody talks about, if you are doing a study on teenage pregnancy, then in the background is where you're going to explain to us what teenage pregnancy is. So you need to tell us what is happening globally, for example, how has this problem developed over the years, for example. So we would say in the recent past, this has been the problem. You can do a bit of quantification here and there. Tell us what is happening at the global, how big the problem is at the global stage. Bring it down to maybe the regional scale we are talking about in Africa. Bring it to East Africa, for example. Bring it to Kenya, and then give us an idea of what is happening in the counties and in Siaya County specifically, because that's where you are going to do a research. Tell us what you're also going to hint about the gaps that are there. In the background is where you are going to tell us almost everything without going into much detail, because then there are specific sections where you're going to do all this. Now, why do you need to do a very serious background? The background has to talk about even teasing the problem, teasing the gaps, because when you are going to write your statement of the problem, we are going to draw. When I'm reading the statement of the problem, I'll keep going back to your background, because then if the background did not highlight some of these challenges or some of these gaps that you are now trying to tell me in the statement of the problem, then I'll start asking questions. Remember, in the statement of the problem, you're going there, you are not allowed to cite a lot. Some people even tell you that you should not cite. There are some supervisors that will tell you, I don't expect you to cite in the statement of the problem, though people have different opinions. But then whichever it is, you are not allowed to cite a lot. So even if your supervisor tells you it's okay to cite, you will just cite a little bit. So it means that you rely on the citations that you've done in your background now, because then when you've cited you've hinted to some of these problems or some of these gaps in the background, when you go to your statement of the problem, even if you are not citing, I will know, okay, I think this is already insinuated in the background, and I think that is the basis for the statement I'm seeing here. Okay, so try to place your research question in the context of either a current hot area or an older area that remains viable. Secondly, you need to provide a brief but appropriate historical backdrop. I think I've talked about that as well. So you need to tell us, if it's about teenage pregnancy, how has this story evolved? How has this been over the year? Without going into too much detail, because in the literature review section, that is where you're going to talk about the trends and all these things. But here, I just need to talk about a little bit of where this problem came from, so that we see how the problem is developing. Okay? Then thirdly, you need to provide the contemporary context in which your proposed research question occupies the central stage. In short, try to paint your research question in broad brushes, and at the same time bring out its significance. Okay. So how then do we craft a research background? The first is identify the research area. So determine if the research area is current or historically relevant. Then now you need to give a little bit of a historical backdrop, then give it a contemporary context. Okay. So bringing it now to the current day and also the current scenario under which we want to do our research, and then talk about the significance and the importance. This is where we are going to talk about the gaps that are there, you know, whatever remains to still be studied. I'm not going to read that summary. I think this is summary I've talked about. You can read it because all this will be shared. Then now, of course, the introductory part, chapter 1, includes statement of the problem and other parts. So the statement of the problem, I'm not going to talk about it so much because this is the central thing, and I spent a lot of time at the beginning talking about how you can even use the problem tree to craft your statement of the problem. But what I want you to take home from here is that the statement of the problem is the most important part of your research. If I cannot see, if your statement of the problem is not clear, then I will tell you that I'm not seeing the problem you're solving. So there's no need. This research is not convincing. There's no reason for you to do this research because, you know, your statement of the problem clearly is not strong. Now, how do you make your statement of the problem strong? I have seen some students getting feedback from the supervisors, and the supervisor says, your statement of the problem is weak, and it stops there. How then do I, as a student, how do I behave? Because you told me the statement of the problem is weak. How do I strengthen it? One is, of course, you need to identify, we need to see, in the statement of the problem, you need to tell us what the actual problem is. So let's say you are seeing that the main problem that farmers are facing is access to fish feeds, or the fact that there is over-reliance of these farmers over-rely on what we call fish meal as a protein source in the formulation of fish diet, or in the formation of animal feed, for example. I know other animals also rely on fish meal. But then there is fish meal is expensive, and it's also the fish is also dwindling in Lake Victoria or in our lakes, for example. So the main problem here is that we need whatever I'm studying is it possible for me to come up with or is it possible for us to get alternative sources of protein? So you need to tell us the actual problem in the society. What is that actual problem that the industry is dealing with, that your study is trying to solve? Then after telling us the actual problem in the industry, you need to tell us now the research gap. So I need to see your statement of the problem in two lenses. One is you need to tell us exactly what the society is facing. How is that a problem to the society? How is it a problem to the industry? Let's start from there. So you need to state teenage pregnancy, for example, causes these people not to finish school, and that now leads to ABC, all those things, including mortalities and all those things. Then we get to a point where we now ask ourselves, okay, we've known what the society, how this problem is affecting the society, but then how is this a problem in academia? So for us in academia, we'll also I will ask you, maybe when you're defending your proposal, I'll tell you, yes, you've told us that farmers are struggling to get the right feed. Sorry, farmers are struggling to get the right fodder for their cows, and that is reducing their milk yield, and this is reducing their profits, and this is killing their businesses, and this is affecting their livelihoods, and they're not taking their children to school. I will tell you, that's fine, that's very clear. But then in academia, for us in academia, what is it that you are bringing to us? What problem are you solving for us, for the people in academia? So that's why when you're writing a statement of the problem, I am just bringing it to your attention that you have to make sure that there is such gap. What is it that is not known has to be very clear, apart from just telling us what the industry is struggling with. So you need to tell us, studies have focused on ABCD, however, knowledge or information is still lacking on these specific aspects that my research is trying to solve. So that is the only way you are able to write now, to draw objectives, because I want to see your objectives coming from your statement of the problem, okay? So those objectives must come from your statement of the problem. If the problem is not stated, then I see an objective, then I'll ask you, why is this objective, where is this objective coming from? You are saying that you are trying to look at the growth parameters or the growth performance of this. You didn't tell us that that is something that is still not well known, maybe for that specific fish or for that specific plant or for that specific animal, as an example. So I want you to insinuate these problems in your statement of the problem so that when they come out as objectives, then I will understand, okay, I can connect objective 1 to the problem he talked about, especially the research gap. Okay, now I can look at objective 2, and I remember that in the background he insinuated this, and even in the statement of the problem, he said that there's not so much information about this specific aspect of this or about this problem in this specific context. So maybe there's a study that has been done in slums, maybe, or in rural areas. So there's a study that has been done, maybe some interviews or cross-sectional kind of studies that have been done in a rural setup. And now you want to go and do it in a city setting just to see whether the results will be different or not. So that could be. So I want to see the gaps that are there, that this study has been done, but it has been done under this specific context. My focus is in a different context, just to see whether so that we get information from both contexts. Okay. So I want your statement of the problem to tell me the actual problem the society is facing or struggling with, and whatever remains to be known. Researchers have done A, B, C, D, but there's still this that has still not been done. Okay. Here I want to ask, somebody can unmute and tell me, is it okay to, do we cite when we are writing our statement of the problem, or do we write without citing completely? Anybody? I don't want to point, I don't want to call people's names, just unmute and tell me. It's, as we said, these are opinions. For researchers, there's nothing like right or wrong. It's just an opinion, and we have all our, whatever we are, even whatever I'm presenting here, just opinions of what I think works. So anybody can just give their opinion here. Is it okay to cite when you're writing your statement of the problem, or you just write without citing?
Hello. Hello. Can I talk? Can I speak?
Yes, please.
Yes, my name is Cynthia. I'm a master's student at the Department of Biology, pursuing hydrobiology. And for me personally, I didn't cite my statement of the problem because I think it's my reason why the research, like my personal reasons why I feel like the research needs to be conducted, and I feel what if there is a gap and if something is wrong. So I think it's coming from you as a researcher. What do you think the research? Why do you think you're carrying out the research, and what gaps you think that are existing within that research that you intend to do? Yeah.
Okay, thank you, thank you. I'm seeing Nyakundi.
Okay, for me, maybe I'll differ from her because in as much as research is all about thinking, we also have to source our problem or ideas from somewhere. So for me, I'll suggest that maybe if you are to cite, okay, have minimal citations, and especially have to cite reports, because that's where most of our problem relies from. And maybe citing the studies so that it can show the gap.
Thank you, Nyakundi. Anyone else? As I said, we are giving our opinions. We are not saying someone has it right, someone has it wrong, and that's why we are here to learn. We get, I think, yeah, that's why, you know, in the scholarly space, we share these ideas, and then at one point we'll say, okay, I was in this forum where we were discussing this and that, and I got different opinions, and that's how opinions are shaped. Any other person before we go ahead? Okay. Oh, yes, Jacob.
Morning. I think, in my view, there is need for us to cite, and especially when you're talking about the research gap. What are you referring to? Where are you getting this idea that there is a research gap? And then also in terms of, like, say, if you're talking of, yes, there is a problem of nutrition, what is your source of information? So in my view, I think it's important that there is some citation, especially when it comes to the arguments that you're putting into your problem statement. Thanks.
Thank you. So this is also my opinion. As I said, one is because there we will have just the same way here. Some are feeling it's okay to, how do you say, it's okay to cite. Some think it's not maybe appropriate to cite. That's the same way you're going to meet a supervisor. So you might meet a supervisor who will tell you that I don't want you to cite. So if you have a supervisor who tells you that they are not comfortable with you citing, because sometimes convincing these people, and especially if you are being supervised by maybe people who are not of, okay, I'm not going to say that word. I might end up shooting myself in the foot. But if your supervisor tells you that they don't want you to cite, then you can hide these citations in the background. So highlight, just hint to these problems in the background and cite them there, so that when you write them in the statement of the problem, even if your supervisor tells you never to cite, then you have at least some backing. You will tell them, oh, okay, that whatever I'm stating here is in the background. But sometimes when somebody has said it very clearly, what is the source of this information? But because sometimes in your statement of the problem, you are going to make very bold claims, and somebody will say, these are very strong claims. Where is this information coming from? So some supervisors tell you it's okay to cite, but don't cite too much. But let's say when you are quantifying the problem, so sometimes you want to talk about the amount of losses that these farmers are making, so that we see how big or how severe this problem is, just to justify why it needs research. Then sometimes when you quantify, you are talking about 75% of girls drop out of school every year in this county because of pregnancy. Somebody will say, that's a very strong one, but then where are these statistics even coming from? So sometimes, especially when you are quantifying, then you have to cite in that case, but just cite sparingly, because sometimes when you are making such bold claims, then you need to get where that came from. Okay, somebody would ask you, where is this 75 coming from? Is it just from your head, or did you hear somebody talking about it? Because I've not seen where this is coming from. Okay. I think these ones are things I've talked about. Then after that, we have the objectives. Now, I want us to talk about, of course, the objectives we've talked about is a clear, the objective is a clear, concise, declarative statement which provides direction to investigate the variables. So objectives is what is going to inform even your methodology. So objective 1, objective 2, and I always tell people when you're writing objectives, number them as objective 1. Sometimes you find somebody is writing a proposal and the objectives are in bullet points. So it's up to you now to decide which one is 1, which one is 2 now. And then if you have objectives that are related, so you find maybe you need to collect data, certain kind of data that will inform the collection of the second set of data, then make them feed like that, so that it's clear that objective 1, I'm done with objective 1. The data that I'm getting from objective 1 will inform how I will collect data in objective 2. You remember sometimes you are doing stratification where you are saying, I'm going to interview the first level of people. After that interview, I'm going now to select people from that interview now to interview, to collect information for the second set of or the second objective. So you need to follow them in a way that is logical. So you number them 1, 2, 3. I don't know whether they're called not Roman numbers, but then the actual numbers, like the ones that we use in math when you are writing. So just write objective 1, objective 2, objective 3, so that is clear. But then when you are doing objectives, of course, there's always what we call the general objective. And then now, sometimes in some universities call it main objective, but the general objective and then the specific objectives. The general objective most of the time reads almost like the title. Sometimes it's not always very different from the title. So always, most of the time, you'll find the general objective is to investigate, and then you find it borrows heavily from the title. Then the specific objectives now depends on the variables you are testing. So if you are looking at the correlation or the relationship between, or the impacts of, or the influence of, or you are evaluating or determining, depending on whatever it is that you are doing. So if you are determining, then it means you are going to get certain values. If you're evaluating, then maybe you are just going to explore and see what is happening and report what is there. If you are comparing, then it means that you are comparing between two variables, or comparing two characters, or whatever it is. So I think we know what objectives are. The only thing I want to draw your attention to is these objectives are informed by your statement of the problem. So make sure that these problems you are trying to solve are insinuated in your statement of the problem, so that when you are going to write them as objectives, we understand why you are putting them as objectives. Otherwise, if they're not there, then I'll ask myself, what informed objective 1? Then you'll say, okay, we realized that not a lot is known about the growth parameters of this fish, and we wanted to understand, but then where is that? Because then it's not stated anywhere, so we are not sure whether that is there or not. So that is, I think that is all I want to talk about research objectives, so that it's clear to you how then you can draw them. Somebody would ask you, where are these objectives coming from? Okay. So I think I'm not talking about this again. Then after that, they have the whether we have, depending on the kind of study you are doing, you can either have research hypothesis or research questions. We still also know whether it is, but what these are, but I don't want to assume. So what are research hypotheses or what are research questions? So a hypothesis, for example, is a testable explanation proposed before conducting a project, but both seek to predict relationships. So to use a research hypothesis or research questions, depending on the purpose of the study, the approach, and the design of the methodology. So maybe I want us to ask here, because I know we are at different levels. So at what point, what kind of research do we use research hypothesis, and in what situations do we use research questions? So under what circumstances do we use research hypothesis? And under what circumstances do we use research questions? Anybody?
Just a trial.
Yes, please go
Hello?
ahead. Yes.
For research questions, we can use it under qualitative study, and hypothesis, we can use it under quantitative study, but not all. So maybe be guided on that.
Thank you for the trial. Anyone else? So you said for research questions, mostly for qualitative studies, and research hypothesis, mostly for quantitative studies. Good trial. And I think, yeah, I agree with you to a great extent. Anyone else who also wants to give their opinion on this?
I think it's just the same as what he has said, but maybe in different words. You're testing something that from literature, you have indications that there's a relationship or one thing could lead to another, but you really want to test, like when you're testing theory. So it's just the same to what he's saying, where it is quantitative, as opposed to building, what can I say, building qualitative, where you're building new theories or knowledge.
Yes, so I think whether to use a research question or a research hypothesis depends on, because like when you are doing an hypothesis where you are saying whether there's when you are comparing or you are trying to investigate whether something has an influence on the other. But research questions, for example, and research questions can even be used under quantitative study, and especially when you are not testing correlations or relationships or influence or effects. When you are just exploring, let's say you are just evaluating or exploring something, then you would ask, mine, of course, I'm going to collect some data, but mine is just to check whether the extent to which this influences that, so that if you are comparing, then you would say, or if you are looking at the impact of something on something, or the influence of something on the other, then you say there's no significant difference or there's no significant influence. But then if you are not doing those kind of relationships, then you just ask yourself questions. But rightly has been insinuated that in most cases, when we are doing qualitative studies, then we ask ourselves research questions, because most of the time we are building new theories, or we are just dealing with information that we can't say that we have seen or tested elsewhere before. So it depends on the kind of study you're doing. So you will decide whether you want to use a research hypothesis or research questions. So research questions are used to analyze and investigate a topic. It is written as a question and is inquisitive in nature. So there are different types of them here. So we have the causal questions, we have the descriptive questions, and also the comparative questions. So like the causal ones are compares two or more phenomena and determines if a relationship exists, like does the amount of calcium in the diet of elementary school children affect the number of cavities they have per year. The descriptive one seeks to describe a phenomena and often study how much, how often, or what is the change. So how often do college-age students use Twitter? The comparative ones are what is the difference in the caloric intake of high school girls and boys? So depending on the kind of study you're doing, you can always just ask yourself these questions, because then at the end of the day, you answer them, say, this is the extent, or this is the difference. Hypotheses are predictive in nature. I think this has also been insinuated, and they are used when significant knowledge already exists on the subject, which allows the prediction to be made. So we already have, a little bit of some information that this could influence this, or there could be a correlation between that and that, or there could be a relationship between these two variables or phenomena. So we already have a little bit of some information that we can use now to predict, and it's always written as a statement. Okay. Now, what about significance of the proposed study? And here is where I want to ask: is there a difference between significance of study and justification of the study? Anybody who wants to give their opinion on this? Justification of the study and significance of study. Is there any difference?
I can give it a try.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, when we talk about justification, we are out to illustrate why exactly we need to run such a study. When we're talking about the significance, it is of what importance the study brings at the end of everything. So when the study is done and we are looking back, or maybe looking forward, of what importance, what is the, what value does it add upon completion?
Thank you. Thank you. Any other suggestions? The difference between significance of study and justification of the study, are they the same thing, or are they different?
They look different.
In terms of spelling, or just in terms of the context?
You see, the value of the study, in my own opinion, definitely relates to how people will benefit out of that study. The significance of the study is in relation to the person who is doing the study. How important is it to him that has necessitated him to study that?
Hey, valuable discussion there. They are not really, they are not similar, but they are also not really far apart. Basically, they're just justifying why do we need to do the study. But I think to make it clear is justification of the study focuses on the output of the study, while significance of the study focuses on the outcome of the study. I'll repeat that before I explain. The justification talks about the output, while the significance focuses on the outcome of the study. Okay, so the justification talks about the data I'm going to collect is going to bring information that is going to help solve this problem, all those things, But then when you're talking about the significance is how will the results of this study influence So how will it be utilized? Can it change anything? How can it be used to influence policy? How can it be used to influence theory? How can it be used now to influence future research, for example? How does it influence all those things? So would say in the significance of the study, you talk about, and then this is where you are right. When you are writing the significance of the study, then you now need to link your study to the current things about in your field. So when it's about Vision 2030, when you're talking about the county governments, they're called county something, development something. There's a way they are always called. So the significance is, how will your study influence practice? Basically, that's the significance of the study. But then the justification is where you are going to tell us why it is important for you to collect that data. The actual data you are collecting, how is it bringing solutions? But the significance is, after I have collected this data, how will it influence the industry? Will it influence how people do things? Will it influence the policy? Will it influence future research? How can other students also base their studies on my research? So significance talks about the outcome, justification talks about the output, because the justification focuses mostly on, why do I need to put the effort to collect this data? Of what importance will the data be? But the significance is, how will this research now influence the industry? Will it influence policy? Will it influence theories? Will it influence future research, for example? So that's the difference. So this is where I was saying that when you're writing a significant, in your justification, just talk about the problems you are talked about in the statement of the problem, the gaps that are there, and how your research is going to now, the data you are going to collect is going to fill into those gaps by providing that knowledge, solving the actual problem that the farmers are having, all those things. But when you are writing a significance of the study, talk about the influence. How will it influence the industry? So policies, which specific policies, for example, give examples. How can it contribute to the realization of Vision 2030 or the bottom-up economy of Kenya, if you are talking about the Kenyan context, for example? So talk about how your research will influence the industry. Okay. Then after, of course, there are universities that will tell you to write both the justification of the study and significance of the study. And that's why I wanted to bring out the differences, so that if you are told, if your supervisor tells you that I'm not seeing your significance of the study, and you have written the justification, then you will start asking yourself, what is this person asking me for? Because I have already written the justification. No, the justification and the significance are slightly different. So then after that, we have the literature review. I'm not going to talk much about this, because basically this section is just where you are going to go back into literature. You are going to read what is already there. And we are going to get some information on where to get literature from, where do you get papers from, how do you download them, how do you read them, and then how do you summarize, and all those things. We are going to get into that. But just you need to know that your literature review section is where it's not just about summarizing what is out there, that writing, just repeating or summarizing literature. It's about synthesizing literature to identify the gaps. And every time you're writing your literature review section, make sure that you keep pointing to the gaps and trying to say, just point to the gaps that you are seeing. And that is what is going to inform the importance of your study. So you would say, when you are writing about the trends in teenage pregnancy over the years, then you can now tell us that by 2025, this was the record. In 2019, in 2018, and these are the reasons why I think teenage pregnancy is. But then this still remains unclear. What are the main causes? So you point, even as you do your literature review, talk about what other people have done, but point to the gaps, even in literature. So in the literature review section, also try, as you write literature, it's also good to point to the gaps that still exist. So as I said, it's not just about summarizing what other people have done. It's about critiquing it. It's about looking at where the gaps are. It's about looking at where the inconsistencies are also sometimes, okay? So this section develops broader ideas of what is really known in a field and what questions are still unanswered. Okay, so it will help you, assist you further in narrowing the problem for investigation. Okay, so you must show that you have looked through the literature and have found the latest updates in your field of study. You don't want to go for defense and somebody asks you whether you've read a specific paper that was published in your field that is very relevant to your field, that was published 1 year ago, and you didn't even look at it. So they will be like, hey, maybe you didn't do enough literature review. Okay, so it helps you to be sure that your investigation is not just reinventing the wheel. Sometimes the wheel is there; it's just about modifying it. to suit whatever it is that you want to look at. So literature review helps you in contextualization, identification of gaps, justification of your research, and also some methodological insights, okay? So because then it is from literature review that we are going to also have an idea of, okay, how then do I approach this, my study, okay? Then I'm not going to talk about all this. I think these are things we can just read. These are notes. So the context in which the problem arises, historical and current research in the field. And then never say your idea is new and no research exists. Rarely do you find that, okay, you'd say my field does not have data, does not have literature completely. You will find something. So it's up to you to help build that what is there. Okay. So I'm not going to talk about this. Just a really a little bit of an introduction of how you do a literature review. Then you remember that literature review is done thematically. So you have to arrange, because this is informed by your objectives. You are not going to review literature that is not relevant to your objective. Somebody would ask you if you are going to look at a certain thing, and then I realize that in your literature review you are reviewing other things that are not related completely. Then I'll ask you where, what themes inform your literature review. So you need to arrange your literature review section into different thematic areas. But all these themes must be informed and they must be linked to your objectives. So you have an objective. I'm not saying that if you have 4 objectives, then you only have 4 subheadings in your literature review section. I'm not saying that. But even within one objective, you can break it down and say, okay, this objective is under, let's say, fish growth parameters. You can say fish growth parameters, and then under each of them, you can talk about the length-weight relationship, talk about gonadosomatic index, but it's still under one objective. So just make sure that you arrange them in certain themes, and these themes must be guided by your objectives. You are not going to review literature that is not relevant to your objectives, okay? So what are the foundations of effective literature reviews? So one is clarity and coherence. So you need to write clearly and logically to guide the reader effectively. Citations, you need to adhere to citations. And maybe if anybody of you can tell me which citation tools are you using. If you still cite manually, you also just write manually in the comment section. I want to see whether people are using reference managers or not. Because reference managers are making writing a bit easier because you don't have now to go back again and start typing an entire reference list. So which reference management tools are you using? Just in the chat, I can be able to see. Then you need to also talk about current research. It has to be current. So focusing on the latest studies to reflect current developments, and then comprehensive coverage. Okay, that's also important. So what literature review, review sections are you using? Or some people are using Zotero. I'm seeing 2 people are using Zotero. That's nice. Who is doing manual? No problem. That's why we are here, so that we can learn from one another. But mine is to advise you to learn how to use to use a reference manager, because there are several of them in the market or out there in the internet. I use Mendeley quite a bit because it's a free one. I've used it since 2012, so that's the one. I've tried changing to Zotero. I also use Zotero. I know how to use Zotero, but I have been using Mendeley for a long time and it works so well. So I use Mendeley. There are several others. There's EndNote. There are several of them. So learn one and use it. That's my advice. Because for your literature review, if you are going to do manual, then you're going to waste a lot of time. So try as much as you can to learn and use Zotero, Mendeley, and any of this. Then after that, after literature review, the next part of your proposal will be the methodology of the approach. So the methodology now, what is the difference between the methodology and materials and methods, and especially in natural sciences or in life sciences? When somebody talks about methodology and somebody talks about materials and methods, what's the difference? Okay, the methodology is basically the general approach that you are going to take. But then now, when you're talking about materials and methods, it's the nitty-gritties of actually what methods are you going to use to collect this data, or what materials are you going to put in place to collect this data. So this is where how do we call them? In social sciences, we would have those data collection tools where we are going to have key informant interview guides or structured questionnaires and stuff like this. These are the actual tools we are going to use. But the methodology or the approach can be a general approach where you are doing a cross-sectional study or a longitudinal study, where you are doing a qualitative or quantitative. So basically, the approach is the general. Methodology is just the general approach. And then now the actual methods we are going to use can differ from there, okay? Now, it outlines the strategy for conducting the research to answer a question, realize your objective. And remember, these methods must be informed by your objective, because the objectives are what is determining the kind of data sets you are collecting, okay? So the methods must be logical. So if you have objective one, make sure you also write the methodology in a way that your methodology section should follow the objectives, so that I know that method one you are describing is going to help you collect data for objective one. Then you describe the next methodology. I know this one is now talking about how to collect data for objective two, so that when I'm reading a proposal, it's very clear for me that objective one, method one is for objective one, method two is for objective two, so that it's clear. Otherwise, sometimes you find students have written these objectives and then the methodology section is so jumbled up that I don't know which method is going to be used to collect which data. Okay, then plan the procedures that will be used in the investigation, review different approaches, designs, and methods for investigating your area of research. And also, we are also talking about specified tools required to meet your research goals. So you need to tell us what tools are you going to use, what materials do you need, and all those things. This is just an example where you have your research, what your research is supposed to look like, but what your research actually looks like. So this one is an experimental mess, and this one is an experimental diagram showing how you're going to develop a prototype. There's a controller in between and all this. So the entire thing here is that you need to make your methodology as clear as possible, so that if somebody wants to repeat your work, if they have the same resources as you had, then they should be able to repeat your work without calling you or without contacting you. Okay, so basically that is why the methodology section is important. The methodology is also very important because when you will present your results later on, I will still go back to your methodology and ask myself, these results that this person is presenting, could they have been obtained from the methods they described? So think about this methodology very strongly when you are writing your proposal, because it will come back when you will be presenting your results. I will keep asking myself, the methods this person described. He described that he's going to do key informant interviews, but then the results he's presenting are not from a key informant interview guide. So how did he get these results? So make sure that the methodologies are linked to your objectives, so that it's clear that these methodologies are speaking to this specific objectives. That is very important for you as a researcher. Then the time frame is now what we normally call the work plan. So the work plan is how you are going to do your work. So you want to make sure that your investigation is feasible within the time you have. I think we've talked about this. So most people just use what we call a Gantt chart, where they have the activity they are going to do. Then they have month one, month two, month three, or quarter one, quarter two, quarter three, and then they draw, they shade. I think you know what that means. So basically just showing us when you start your research, what you will do at what point, how you will all that. I think basically that's what the work plan talks about, because this helps you with the planning. And whoever is also going to read your proposal, or whoever is going to fund your proposal, should be able to know whether you have an idea of how long this will take. And if you're working within a project, then the project also can help. It can also help the project team with mapping, with planning, so that they know, okay, this student has to collect data between the months of this and that. So if we are allocating resources, then we know when to allocate resources and how much to allocate. Okay, so that one I'm not going to dwell so much on. You are going to read the notes once you get this. I think this is also just showing what I was talking about. What are the questions you need to consider when setting up your schedule or your work plan? when your research start and finish, are there particular stages in the research, like piloting, screening, interviews, planting, laboratory analysis, etc.? You need to know. If, let's say, you are going to do a pilot study or a pilot run, for example, then you need to think about what times are allocated for this. Do you have enough time to do the piloting? How long will it take? If you're going to do key informant interviews or those structured questionnaire interviews, when are you going to do them? How many are you going to do? All those things, so that it helps you with the planning, okay? At the timeline it's realistic. I gave you an example of a student who wanted to do some research for 1 month, and they wanted to collect data on length at first maturity. So once I see that you are going to do your research for 1 month, and you want, one of the objectives is to determine the length at first maturity of Nile tilapia, then I know that you either don't know how long it takes for tilapia to mature, and then that opens up a lot of windows for me to doubt your research and your grounding, because then I'll ask myself, if this person wants to do this, do they even understand how tilapia works, how long it takes, and do they even understand what this length at first maturity means? So all these things, so you need to ask, and then sometimes it's also good to ask people at least who are experienced, and that's why you have a supervisor. Ask the supervisor, is it feasible for me to collect data in the lake within 6 months? Or if I collect data for 6 months in the lake on water quality parameters, will it be sufficient? Or do I need to do it more than that? So they will tell you, no, 6 months is a bit too little, or you need to do 2 seasons. So do a dry season and a wet season, so that you can compare the results. These are the things you need to ask. So that helps you with planning your time, okay? So the stages could include piloting, screening, interview, all those things. I think I've talked about a little bit of that. Then the next one is the budget. Nobody wants to give their money to be wasted or to be diverted to other uses. So when you're writing your budget, it's a requirement for research proposals. You need to write a budget that is feasible, a budget that makes sense, and also something you can justify. So if somebody asks you, why do you need an off-road vehicle when you will just be doing this experiment in the laboratory? Then you say, you see, I live far from the campus, and I would want to get to Diru in time, and that's why I need a four-wheel drive car. Somebody will tell you that that's not linked to your proposal. That's just for your convenience. So if you are writing a budget, make sure that the materials you put there, the prices are what would you say? The prices are realistic, and there's a justification for all the items you are asking for. You cannot be asking for a microwave when you don't need it. Your supervisor will ask you, why are you asking for a microwave? Why does the project need to buy a microwave for you when you will not even use it? Okay, so I think that is what happens in this case. I'm not going into the budget a bit, because I think it's just budgeting and writing what it is that you're going to use. Then, of course, the reference list. So references depends on some universities will tell each school, or maybe each field of study, have their own ways of doing references. So most universities use APA. Some will tell you to use Chicago. Some will tell you to use I don't know, Harvard, depending on what the university requires. And if you have these reference management tools, the reference management tools will always do this. So if you are told to use APA, and if you even have to change mid-writing, then you just click a button and it will change all your citations to the reference that is needed. But make sure that all the references that you have cited in your document are listed in the reference list. Make sure that if you cite something, it is listed in the reference list. We don't want to see that there is something that is cited but is missing from the reference list. Why do proposals get rejected? I think we've talked about what these people look for when they're reading your proposal. So if you miss any of those, then yeah, the nature of the problem, if you fail to establish general significance of your work, it will be rejected. If the research plan is vague and not presented in detail, rejected. If there is no or lacking testable hypothesis, or too many hypotheses, if it is too ambitious or unrealistically much is promised, or if there are some procedural irregularities, like some missing parts, if you miss a deadline or the budget is not right, then sometimes the project gets rejected. There's a question I have seen before we take a little break in the next 10 minutes. I have seen someone say that could you explain the difference between theoretical and empirical literature review? Thank you for this. The empirical literature review, the empirical literature review is the conventional literature review where you are reviewing literature about research that other people have done and the published papers, and they are out there. So this is what is known, this is what so and so did, and all that. You remember just the normal, the normal literature that is out there. But theoretical literature review is where each field has its own theories. So fields have different theories. I don't know what theories are in your field. So you have the theory of human empowerment, or the theory of resource utilization. I don't know what theories are there. But based on the topic you have chosen, there are specific theories that are relevant to that topic. So those are the theories that I want you to review under theoretical literature review. There's the theoretical literature review and the empirical literature review. As I've said, empirical literature review is where you are reviewing the normal literature. You know, people have done research and have published work out there. But for theoretical literature review is where we are going to look at theories that are relevant to the topic I'm studying, and review certain theories, and then pick one or two that are going to underpin my work. You will say that I know there are 3 or 4 theories that are very close to my work. So the theory of this, and then you write something about it. Where was it? How was it developed? How does it link to your work and all those things? And then you will pick and say, out of the theories that I have reviewed, this is the theory that is going to anchor my work. So my work is going to be anchored on this specific theory. So that's the difference between theoretical literature review and empirical literature review. So you're asking which one comes first. Most of the time, it depends on the university. But sometimes I have seen in many cases where people do theoretical literature review before they do empirical literature review. I have seen in many cases. I've also seen cases where people do empirical literature review because they say that gives them a general understanding of the entire problem and the entire gaps and the entire problems before now they come down to the theories. Can someone use a combination of theories? Yes, you can, but you have to convince us why you are using more than one theory. So let's say you have 4 theories of 7 theories that you have reviewed. Because when you are doing theoretical literature review, you are just trying to convince us that I understand the theories within my field that could be very close to whatever I'm studying. But then, of all these theories, I think this is the one that strongly supports my work, or these 2 are the ones that I'm going to use, because you could find that you have 3 objectives and maybe you cannot fit all these objectives within one theory. You could find you have 3 objectives and they fall in 2 different theories or 3 different theories that are strong. The most important thing is, have you convinced us that you have looked through the theories that are relevant in your field or relevant to your topic, and have picked the ones that is strongly related to your work and one that can anchor your work. So yes, you can use more than one theories, but you have to convince us why you are using those theories. So it could be 1 theory, you still have to convince us. There could be 2 theories, you still have to convince us. There could even be 3, but you must convince us why are you anchoring your work on these specific theories. Any other person that also wants to talk about the theoretical literature review? And also there's something that is called the empirical, how do you call it? It's called, there's the theoretical framework, and also there is the conceptual framework. Who wants to talk about the conceptual framework a little bit? Because people confuse about the theoretical framework. I think the theoretical framework comes from the theories. So you have what theories are there and which one anchors your work. So basically from there you can draw your theoretical framework. But what about the empirical, what about the conceptual framework? What is a conceptual framework? Because I know there are some studies that will use theoretical framework. Not theoretical framework, but conceptual framework. What is a conceptual framework? Somebody can help us with that?
Just thinking quickly, top of my mind, it shows the relationships between the variables. For instance, in advanced studies, you might have more than 3 or even 4 variables. So in my understanding, it simply shows the relationship between these variables.
Yeah, thank you. So it shows how this, because we have different types of variables. So you have the independent variable, you have the dependent variable, sometimes you have intervening variables, you have controlling variables. So you want to show us, based on literature that you have read, and mostly this conceptual framework comes from the literature review, so from the empirical literature review, because this is what is going to show us that this is how these phenomena are connected. So let's say, how do I move from this? Are there anything in between that is intervening or that is going to control the relationship between these variables? So between the independent variable and the dependent variable, what is intervening in between? Are there other variables like policies, for example, the work ethics, or employee motivation, for example, that could influence the outcome on the other side? So you want to draw a framework that shows us how all these are linked together, but this is based on literature. So you have to, because then somebody will ask you, how did you know that this would intervene between this and that? Or how do you know the relationship between this and the other one? So that's where you draw the conceptual framework. It just shows the concepts, how these variables are connected. Any other person that also wants to give their idea? So what then is the difference between this conceptual framework and theoretical framework? Anybody wants to give an idea? I think I've insinuated to it that the theoretical framework is just about theories. So you review these theories. You remember, as I said, the conceptual framework comes from empirical literature review. This is where you are going to see how everything is correlated, how water quality affects fish growth and all these things. So it's based on what you've read in the empirical literature. But the theoretical framework is where you are reading, you are reviewing literature that is based on theories. You are reviewing theories. There are different theories in different fields. So in your field, even within your field, there's a specific topic that you are choosing, and then you say, this specific field, this specific topic I'm choosing, I think the theory of human empowerment, for example, the theory of resource, whatever. I'm just giving examples. I don't know those theories. So you can pick those theories and say, my field or my topic fits within the premise of these specific theories, but then I have two that are strongly anchored to this research, and that is what is going to inform, or that is what is going to inform. And then you stick to it. Even in your methodology, you stick to it because you keep referring to it. What are the aspects of that theory that really are important to your research? So the theoretical framework is about the theories. The conceptual framework comes from the empirical data or the empirical literature that you have reviewed, just showing the correlation and the relationship between the relationship between the variables that we have been talking about. We will take a break. Maybe Kevina can tell us how long the break is going to take before we come back for the second session. So you can stand up, stretch, get some glass of water, because we are coming back for a different session. But then meanwhile, you can also just write whatever questions you have in the chat so that when we come back, we can start with them. You just want people to get out of their chairs. We've been sitting for 2 hours, maybe just stretch a little bit, get some glass of water, fresh air, and then we come back. So Kevina, how long is our break?
Thank you so much, Nicholas. We're going to have a 15-minute break. So we resume at 11:15.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had made a statement. I don't know that it was a question, but I think I needed some clarification. Earlier on, it was about, when you told us how to write the title and what should come first, indicating focus. There's one scholar who kept on saying that the heart of the study is in the dependent variable, that's where it is reflected. I really would like to hear your thought on this, because it can be.
It just missed my attention. One scholar once told me that the heart of the study is the dependent variable. How does this work with the proposed title writing? That is area of focus first. So dependent variable, it says, and as I said, I think most of the time these are opinions, and I agree with this, that now what happens then in the event that you have more than one dependent variables? Because then you can have a study where you are looking at, maybe in your objectives, you are looking at the growth parameter of this, you are looking at the influence of this on water quality, you are looking at, so you find that in that case, then you have several dependent variables. So how then, how many hats will your study have? So it just means that if there's a way you can write your title in a way that the variables are clearly there, then it's better that way. But if we can see, the truth is, yes, we want to look at how then this dependent variable is going to be influenced by the other variable, the independent variables that are there. But sometimes you find that when you are writing, you realize you are going to find it difficult to put all the dependent variables, especially if there are more than one in the title. So sometimes you want to say, let's say I'm looking at growth parameters, water quality parameters, I'm looking at the yield, I'm looking at water use efficiency. You realize I have so many variables to write that it becomes very difficult for me to put all of them. So you will find a way of putting all this together. So let's say if you're looking at the system performance, then you say the performance now, when you lump them as system performance, then you in your methodology or in your description or in your objectives, now it's clear what system performance is. So if the system performance is talking about the fish growth performance, plant growth performance, and yield, then we know that all that is lumped under performance. So when you're talking about the influence of temperature on plant growth and performance, then we know that the dependent variable is plant growth. But we know that within this plant growth performance, there are several things that constitute plant growth performance. So you could find a compound word or a compound phrase that you can use, but then they are unpacked elsewhere, so that in the title, you don't write all of them together, but then you put them. So like I'm giving an example. So the dependent variable would be plant growth performance. So you are looking at the influence of temperature on plant growth performance and yield of nightshade, or let's say of sukuma wiki under shade net conditions. So you're looking at how does it perform. So you know that you're looking at whether temperature influences the different growth performance parameters of this vegetable, for example. So we know that whatever is dependent is the plant growth. I'm not saying when I said that your area of focus you should put the most important words first. It's not like it has to start the sentence. It's only that I'm saying you don't take it towards the end, so that we are looking for it. We are not sure whether it's even going to be there or not. But try to put it towards the beginning so that it's clear what the focus is on. It does not have to be the first word or the first or the second word, but make sure it is towards the beginning so that we see that this is my area of focus. So let's go for a break. We come back and start. We come back at 11:17 and start from there on the other part about scientific writing and communication and publishing. Sorry.
Is the meeting still on now, Imeenda?
Hi, William. We're just resuming from a break. Dr. Nicholas?
Thank you, everyone. I hope you got a chance to grab a glass of water and maybe you stretched a bit. We have had a discussion about how to write a research proposal and how then we can, all those things. I think we have had quite some discussion. I think when we were breaking, there was a discussion about the dependent variable being the heart of your research or the heart of your study, because that is what you want to see, whether there is an influence or whether other variables influence it or not, or how it depends on other variables. So your study revolves around the dependent variable. But then I think we also need to define, for those who do not know, what independent and dependent variables are, so that I think for that context, it would be easy for us to understand. Who wants to give us the difference between a dependent variable and an independent variable? Because then that will help us know why should our focus be so much on the dependent variable. Anybody just wants to give us, it does not have to be correct, it just has to be what you think, what an independent variable is and what a dependent variable is. Have we ever heard of the words dependent variable and independent variable? Or maybe we are hearing about this for the first time. Let me check in the chat. I'm seeing some in the chat. Okay, I think if we don't want to participate in the discussion, then I'll go to the next presentation where I'm going to talk about scientific writing and publishing so that we also save on time, because at the beginning there was an agreement that this is going to be participatory. Now, let's say now that we have written our proposal, we've gone to the field, and we have collected data. What then do we do with that data after we have collected it? I think that is the most important thing now that we are asking ourselves. So we need to know what to do with that data once we collect it. Just a minute, I'm trying to look for. Okay. So we now are going to publish our work. We have done we've written our proposal, we've gone to the field, we've collected data. So we are going to write a paper out of the data that we have collected so that we can publish it. So that's what we are doing now. So we are going now to do what we call scientific writing and publishing. I know some of us are familiar with scientific writing and publishing. Maybe some of us have never participated. So we are just going to see. We are at different levels, of course, I know. So so we are going to see how do we write a research, how do we write a manuscript for publication, or how do we write a paper for publication. For those who are doing their master's and PhD in some universities, like in my university, for a master's, you are required to do one paper. You need to publish a paper, one paper before you can do your final submission. For PhD, you have to publish at least 2 papers before you do your final submission. So it depends on the university, and I also guess that University of Nairobi also has the same rules that you cannot graduate until you publish. So it's also an area that some students are struggling with. They find it difficult to write a manuscript for publication, or if they do write, sometimes they find it difficult to select the right journal where to send this paper for publication. And sometimes these are the things that the challenges that students are facing. So that's why today we are here to discuss how do you develop a paper, how do you write a paper for publication. So I will be using the word manuscript because that is what is mostly used when we are referring to papers that are raw papers that are sent out for publication. So yes. So has any of you published a paper? Have you ever published a paper? 0 is also a number. So just write whether you have published a paper or not. How many papers have you published? Maybe I can see in the chat Just write 1, 2, even if you publish 75 papers, no problem, but just write a number so that I know how many people have published papers. Even if you just publish as a second author or third author, there's no problem. Your name appears on that paper. It's a publication that goes under your name. Have you ever published a paper? 0 is also a number. So numbers are from 0 to 9. And then the others can, yeah. So some people have published 1, some have published 9, some have published 5. Yeah, so we are at different levels. Are there people who have never published any paper at all? I'm not seeing 0. So this then makes my work very easy, because then at least we have people who have some experiences in publishing papers. There's 1 person, there are 2 people who have not published. There's no problem. We are here to share our experiences, collective experiences, so that if you've never published a paper, don't worry about it. I think we are going to just talk about how do you, from your data or from your thesis, how do you extract a paper that can be published, so that you also have something out there that bears your name. So when you're talking to when you're talking to colleagues or talking to other people, you'll tell them, just go to the internet. There's a paper we published with so-and-so on this topic, and you feel nice about it. So if you've never published, there's no problem. We will do that. But then if you've never published a paper, what is the reason? Why have you not published any paper? Is it because you are still at the point of collecting your data, or is it because you didn't know how to write? What would be the reason? Maybe just give us, just write in the chat. You don't have to speak, but then what is the reason? Why have you not published? Is it about the writing, or is it about maybe that you still don't have data to publish? What would be the reason why you have not published? But there are people who say that writing is hard work. I don't know whether it's true or not. How do you find it? Maybe can somebody share with us your experience? What was your first experience? What was your experience with writing a paper or a manuscript? Was it easy? Was it hard? What challenges did you meet? For those who are published, so can anybody just give us their experience? What has been the experience with writing papers, and especially your first experience? Anybody can give their thoughts on this. What was your experience? Just share your experience so that we also get to see. Just unmute and speak. So some have just started their PhDs and they are still working on their proposal. They are not yet, so there is still no data, of course, to publish at this point. But we'll talk about this later. You might just have something to publish already. Anybody wants to give an idea? Just give us your experience. For those who are published papers, what was your experience? Like the first paper you wrote, what were the experiences? How did it go? What challenges did you face? All that. I think that is what we want, so that we tap into other people's experiences. That would be nice. Anybody wants to share their experience, how the experience has been, or how the experience was? Yeah, I think we agreed that this is going to be participatory, because then if it's not, then I'm just going to give a lecture and and end this here. That will also make my work easier, because just sharing an experience, somebody can also benefit from your experience. It's not like I'm putting anybody to a test here. You just say, okay, when I wrote the paper, this was my experience. This is how I felt. This is how easy it was, or these are the challenges I faced. I think that should not be a very difficult thing for us, because we have people here who have published several papers. Why don't you want other people also to learn from your experience? But I think there's no way of forcing people to share their experiences. So with that, I'll go to the next slide So if you've never published, then there's no problem. As a master's student, I was also just like you. I had not published a paper, and then I published this paper. This was the first paper that I published. And, you know, it was such a nice experience. It was a very nice experience. And from here, I have published close to 60 something papers. I think around 67 papers so far. Of course, not as the first author. Some of them I'm not the first author, but I published quite a number of papers. What I want to tell you is once you publish the first paper, there's something that there's always the urge to publish more. So I just want to ask you to push yourself. Push yourself to publish, because then that is, once you get your first paper and you get an email telling you that your paper has been accepted, and then there's a link to that paper, it's always it's always very, very nice. Now I'm seeing in the chat some people are saying that they got their papers rejected, especially the first instance they sent the paper out for publication. That's part of the journey, and I think that's also the experience I had. My first paper, this paper was rejected twice, and I kept just, sometimes they reject, and some very good journals will reject with very good comments. So just act on those comments and then send it somewhere else, or send it back to them if they said you can work on this and return. So rejections are part of the journey. So it's part of the game, actually. So don't feel discouraged when you get a rejection. Don't say, I didn't know that this is how tough it is, so I'm discouraged, I'm not going to write any paper again. No. So even if your paper is rejected, don't worry. It's fine. That's part of the journey. So it will be okay. Just push yourself. So what are the writing stages? The first stage in writing, you want to see how easy it is. Just get in the mood. So I don't know how people get in the mood for writing. Different people get in the mood differently. For, some people would listen to music, someone would maybe will listen to, somebody would pray, depending on how you get in the mood. Then after getting in the mood, you write the first draft. Then you revise your drafts, and then you finish. I think it is very simple. Yeah. So those who are saying writing is hard, I don't know what you're talking about. It's just about getting in the mood, writing your first draft, revising, and then finishing. It's simple. Yeah, it should be this simple. Yeah, but I think it's easier said than done. Yeah. So when you now want to sit down and do the actual writing, then you realize it's not just as simple as getting in the mood, writing the first draft, revising, and finishing. It's never that straightforward. For you to put together a comprehensive and a coherent and a paper that is worth reading, then you must know, we must appreciate that there's quite a bit of work that goes into that. Okay? And sometimes after publishing, you realize that every time now people are talking, you want to sprinkle a little bit of your research topic there. Yeah, in every conversation. I think this happens to, young scholars like even myself. So sometimes when you are with your peers, you keep talking about, currently we are working on a paper with so and so. You find talking about this with your peers because it sounds nice. So that's why I'm telling you, please do some writing. But remember that in science, the credit goes to the one who convinces the world, not to the one to whom the idea first occurs. I'll read that. I'll read it for the second time so that it sinks. That in science, the credit goes to the one who convinces the world, not to the one to whom the idea first occurs. So the idea can first occur to you. There's no problem. But if I convince the world ahead of you, credit will go to me. So it means that if you are doing a lot of research, I know there are people here who are at the University of Nairobi, but maybe they're working elsewhere. So you're working as a researcher at Calro, you're working as a researcher at the Kenyatta Hospital, or whichever place. But we're not publishing anything. If somebody one day gets that data and publishes it, the credit will go to them. They will not talk about you. You will keep saying, that was my idea, or that was my research. Nobody cares. I convinced the world ahead of you, so credit goes to me. Okay, so I think that is one thing we need to think about. When you are doing research, make sure you communicate your research ideas and your research output to the world out there so that you can get the credit. The only way you can communicate is through publications or through conferences but the most important one is through publishing these papers so that they are perpetually on the internet and people can access them, people can read, and people can cite them. So let's think about writing as much as we think about data collection and research. Okay. But then what happens after submission? Because I think we need to get some of these things out of the way before we start the actual writing. After submission, it can take several months. My second PhD paper was published after 1 year. Not 1 year, after 9 months. Yeah. So you can imagine if I had waited until the end for me to submit a paper for publication, then I could not have graduated in time. So what happens is you need to start early. And I always tell students, plan early, plan your publication plan, have a publication plan early enough in your research cycle. I will share with you that once my proposal was approved and I was told, this research is okay, you can already proceed to the field and collect data, I started by publishing a scoping review out of my PhD proposal. And my university told me that they can accept that as a publication out of my PhD. So I said, okay, that's nice. So even as I am going to the field to collect data, I already can prepare a scoping review that is linked to my research, my PhD proposal, and send it out for publication. So you see, by the time I was getting data and writing my second manuscript that is out of my data, already had a paper sent out and was being reviewed. In fact, by the time I was sending my second paper, the first paper was already published because I did a scoping review out of the proposal. But you need to ask your supervisors and ask your university and ask, especially the School of Postgraduate, ask them that my proposal has been approved. I want to publish a scoping review or a systematic review or whatever review out of my research proposal. Will that be counted as a publication for my PhD or master's? Or is it something that is not going to be counted? So if they say that, yeah, if it's linked to your research, then we can count it, then go ahead and publish it, even as you wait for empirical data, okay? Brings me back to, I was just highlighting that just to show you that it takes sometimes a very long time for a paper to be published because the review process can be a lot of back and forth, and sometimes it takes a long time. Some can take even up to years, some 2 years. There's a paper of mine that was published after 2.5 years. In fact, at one point, I just wanted to withdraw it from that journal. Then you imagine the amount of back and forth and the amount of effort you put in the review process. You say, let them just publish it because you don't want to start it afresh in a different journal. Now, the author submits the paper, so you will submit your manuscript. The editor is assigned to a manuscript, to this manuscript. So, like, for example, currently I am serving as an academic editor with +1. So once a paper is published, is sent, the general editor now, because we have section editors. So if you are a section editor, maybe if your section is aquatic foods or aquatic systems or aquaculture, for example, then you are assigned a paper. So you are told a paper has been has been submitted, so you are assigned that paper for you to be the editor. Then you have to look for reviewers, okay? So as an editor, you look for reviewers. So you find a paper, you send it out for reviewers, people in that field who can be able to read the work, critique, and give suggestions and recommendations. So reviewers will decide whether to review the paper or not. You can reach out to people, send them emails, and then they don't even respond back. They don't reply. They just keep quiet. So that is one thing that you have to think about, because sometimes the review process will take long, not because the reviewers are sending a lot of questions, but sometimes because the journal is struggling to get people to accept to review, okay? So that is one thing that we need to think about. Then the reviewers will inspect your work, give reviews, give recommendations, ask questions, and all those things. Then they will send it back to the editor. The editor will send it to you. You will work on those comments, take it back to the editor. The editor can decide either to inspect the paper by themselves and see whether you addressed the questions and the recommendations, or they can take it back to the reviewers and ask them, you made certain recommendations, okay. I wanted to look at the paper again and verify whether the authors tackled the recommendations or the comments the way the way that is satisfactory. Then, if the reviewers say, yeah, I think they did it in a way that is good, then the paper will be accepted and then the paper will be published. But sometimes the reviewers will recommend, after reading your paper, they can recommend outrightly that this paper is not fit for publication, and then the paper will just be rejected, and then it will be sent back to you, and you are told the paper has been rejected. So the reasons for rejections can vary. It's either because the science is not sound, there's a problem with the data, or sometimes just because it does not fit within the scope of the journal to which you have sent it. So all this. So what I want to bring to your attention here is that there's quite a bit of back and forth, and the process can be long. So that's why you need to start planning early, so that you have enough time to also spend in the peer review process. That can be a long process, okay? So I want us to talk about the peer review because I have mentioned it. Peer review basically is a review process for scientists by scientists. So the purpose is to filter what is published as science and to provide researchers with perspective. So peer review basically is where your work is sent out to people in your field, and then they read your work and give their opinion. It's like the same, it's like just what your supervisor does to your work. You write something, you send to them, they read through, they tell you maybe the objectives are not clear, maybe this part of, all those things. So that is basically what peer review does. Now, peer review is used in scientific publication, like what we are talking about right now, grant review. So sometimes when you write a proposal for grant, so proposal for funding, then it also undergoes review. Then tenure promotion, so sometimes also there are reviews when you want to promote you. So sometimes when you're submitting your papers, some journals will tell you to recommend reviewers. They will tell you that sometimes you find it difficult to get reviewers, and there are people in your field that you think can give us good feedback. So you can recommend 2 or 3 reviewers that we can consider. So imagine if you are recommending the people you party with to be reviewers. So you recommend them as reviewers of your manuscript. What is the problem with this? Is this okay? Is it okay to recommend people you party with, or the people you are or your friends to review your paper, or is it wrong, or is it not right? Is it right or is it not right? Any opinion? So you are told, a journal tells you when you're submitting your paper to recommend reviewers, and you recommend your friends or recommend the people you party with. Is it okay, or is there a problem with that?
No problem.
Okay, no problem. Any other person? Hello? Some people feel that there's a problem with that. Some people feel there's no problem. Maybe if somebody would speak and tell us why they think there's a problem, or something, or somebody thinks there's no problem. Sorry. Because I also don't want to be just talking alone. Somebody can join and just tell me what they think. So some people say there's no problem with that.
Michael,
Yes?
for me, I say this, it is not a problem because the journal editor is not about to use them. And also the journal editor can use them to a different author, not your work. Can use them to review someone else's work, not your own work. And then when you recommend...
What about in the event that they use the same? Because I am an editor, and I know the problems you face in getting people to review your work, and what's the reason why most journals will ask you to recommend, so that if we run out of options, then we will draw into your pool. What happens if we allocate your paper to these specific people?
Well, if it's specific people, that's a problem because they be having an interest in that paper. Being a friend, they have interest. But if it's what we want to to contribute to the pool of reviewers, no problem.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that completely. That you can recommend people so that the journal also has in future, as you've said, sometimes they want you to recommend, not because they want to use them to review your paper, but because they want to use them as just to add to the pool, so that if other papers are sent in future, they already have at least some people they can reach out to, because review work is considered as free work. So you review for, let me give you an example. For those who have reviewed here, you understand that a journal charges around 30,000 Kenya shillings to publish a paper, but then you review for them for free. Who has ever had that experience where a journal charges very high APCs, article processing charges, but then the review process, they keep reaching out to you to review for them for free? What do you think about that? Should peer reviewers be paid or should they not be paid? Or what should be the motivation?
Currently, I'm doing something like that, and that's kind of assignment. I'm doing a review, and the charges are so high that I'm not paid anything. And this and these are review that have been sent several reminders for me to do the review.
So what is your motivation?
My motivation, what they are doing is they have you as your name as a reviewer will be in the document. So you'll be recommended as a reviewer. So in future, you can be recommended to review other documents. Maybe I can get other maybe monetary gains from them.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think it's been quite a bit of some topic. Those people make a lot of money, and we are not going into that direction. But I think it's a good thing that you are giving a specific example where you know that the APC is very high, but then they keep reminding you to send to review for them for free. That they will put your name as a reviewer. I know some of them do that. Some of them these days give you a certificate. Some of them will tell you if you review a certain number of papers, then we can allow you now to publish for free with us. We will also give you a waiver on the APC that we charge. So the motivation is there, but of course, most scientists is just about the motivation to contribute and polish science. Now, the constraints of the peer review process is sometimes it's very slow most of the time. Sometimes you find conflicting views. Then sometimes you have personal views where we have objective versus personal edits. Now, I want to read something from Richard Horton, who is the editor of Lancet. And Lancet is one of those respected journals where people in the field of medical sciences publish their work. Editors and scientists portray peer review as a quasi-sacred process that helps to make science our most objective truth teller. But we know that the system of peer review is biased, unjust, unaccountable, incomplete, easily fixed, often insulting, usually ignorant, occasionally foolish, and frequently wrong. That is from Richard Horton, who is the editor of Lancet. What do you think about that statement coming from an editor? So, like, let's say coming from an insider. If an editor of the Lancet says that they know that the peer review system is biased, unjust, unaccountable, incomplete, easily fixed, often insulting, usually ignorant, occasionally foolish, and frequently wrong, it means that there could be a problem somewhere. But then the problem is that that's why we say that I have published 2 papers in peer-reviewed journals. So the peer review has to be part of the publication process. So whichever way, whether we like it or not, it's here with us and it has to be there. So what are scientific misconduct? So this include gift authorship, where you have a friend or a spouse and you think they have not done anything in your paper and you just say, okay, I'll add your name there. I'm publishing a paper, I'll add you as an author. The problem with gift authorship is where somebody has seen your name on a paper and you meet them at a conference and they want to engage you because maybe the content of that paper was so interesting to them. So they will start telling, yeah, okay, Nicholas, I saw you published a paper on the feeding behavior of Nile perch. Yeah, that was interesting. I've been working on Nile perch in Lake Kivu for some time, and it's quite an interesting fish. So they start engaging you because they saw your name in that paper. But then, if that was the name appeared there out of as a gift, then you can imagine what is going to happen to your reputation, because you cannot hold that conversation. So don't allow anybody to put your name somewhere just because they are trying to give you a gift, because then you can embarrass yourself. So only allow yourself to be part of a publication that you can really have a conversation about. Then there's what we call also redundant publication, where sometimes you find somebody has some data and they're publishing the same data twice, or trying to analyze the same, just redundancy. You know what redundancy means. Then there's plagiarism, where you are going to copy other people's work without enough credit. Then fabrication, falsification, all those things. I'm not going through those. Those are just transitional. So scientific writing is as much about science as it is about writing. But for some reason, we tend to forget about the latter. So we tend to forget about writing and focus more about the science of data collection, basically, and data analysis. That is why our goal is to change the mindset about writing. Because for a long time, scientific writing has focused mostly scientists are focusing mostly on the science, like the data collection and data generation, but not about writing. But we know that scientific writing is as much about science as it is about writing, okay? So, but then all these things we must keep writing. We must keep practicing to improve our writing skills. Sometimes I read my old manuscript back to myself and like, how did I even construct those sentences? Then you say, yeah, I just understand why these people kept rejecting. The background is so jumbled up. The introduction is making no sense. There is no gap. There is no justification for the study. There's nothing. So, the more you write, the more you get, the better you get. Okay. So I think all these things, these are notes that can still be read. We need to talk about the reader's priority. So when you write your paper, the reader focuses on the need of authoritative quality articles that are easy to access, rapid delivery, all these things. But then there's what we call the publish more, read less dichotomy. So authors are journal focused, while readers are article focused. So as an author, when I'm writing a paper, mine is thinking of which journal where should I publish this paper. So authors are journal focused. But readers, most of the time, they also think about the journal where this paper has been published, but for them it's about what is contained in this specific article. So it means, therefore, that authors want to publish more, but readers want to read less, because they want to read as few papers as possible, but get as much information as possible from those few papers. So that is the dichotomy that we are talking about here. These are things that I also don't need to spend much time on, that scientists spend their time writing proposals, planning research, undertaking experiments, analyzing data, and reading related articles. Now, the ultimate aim of most scientists is to publish their research findings in professional scientific reports. Okay? So what are the hallmarks of a good scientific writing? What is it that you read through and say, okay, that was some good piece of scientific writing? There's what we call accuracy, where you get the facts straight and convey them without distortion. There's clarity. So your style of writing should facilitate understanding of your meaning, not interfere. So write in clear sentences. Okay? Then the brevity and conciseness. So you need to write, sometimes people write very long sentences and it makes your work very difficult to read and understand. So try to break your sentences try to write in short sentences. I'm not saying short sentences that do not make sense, but when you get to a point where you've written, sometimes you find somebody has written 3 or 4 lines as one sentence. Go back to that sentence and see, have I put more than one information or pieces of information in this one sentence? Okay. Then there is elegance, is also another hallmark of good scientific writing. Make your prose easy to read, interesting, and pleasant to the ear. Avoid lifeless verbs, cliche expressions, and monotonous rhythms in paragraphs. So it has to be accurate, clear, concise, and elegant. Basically, that's how we write. So how to ensure good scientific writing, I think those are the things I've talked about: accuracy, clarity, brevity, and elegance. Now, there are different forms of scientific communication. Today, we are only going to talk about a research article. So here we are going to talk about the peer-reviewed journals. But we can still have webinars, conference presentations, thesis and dissertations, communication events, popular scientific articles, scientific posters, books and monographs, blogs and social media. All this still can be used to communicate science. Actually, there are two papers that we have written right now that are talking about how you can use social media to communicate science. So there are several forms through which social science can be, through which scientific information can be communicated. But we are going to focus on peer-reviewed journals, basically. So all these other forms, we are not going to talk about them. So let's start with the journal article, okay? So I'm not going to talk about all those. Those ones are just... So what is the anatomy of a research article? So the research article should have a title, which provides a concise overview of the study's focus. Then there follows the abstract, which summarizes the study's objectives, methods, results, and conclusions. Then the introduction sets the stage with background information and research questions. Then the methodology details the research design and procedures for replicability. So if somebody wants to do your work, where do they go to? They go to the methodology. Then the results present the data collected during the study. The discussion interprets the results and explores implications. Then the conclusion summarizes findings and suggests applications. And then we have the references where we cite all the sources for credibility. And then acknowledgements where we express gratitude to contributors. Okay, so we look at all of these sections, each of them, what goes into each of the sections. Okay, I'm not going to read all that. So the title sums up your work in a single phrase or sentence. So the title of the article sums up your work in a single phrase or sentence. It is important because it is read by the largest number of readers. So your title is read by those who will read the actual paper in the journal, and those who will read in the secondary or abstracting and indexing databases. So there are people who will not read the entire paper, but they will just read maybe the title of your paper on Google Scholar or maybe certain databases as they are skimming through to get papers. So that is why your title is very important, because then it is read by so many people. Some will not even read the entire paper, but they will read the title. So it means, therefore, that the title should be informative, specific, and concise. Okay? So the title should be brief, and in most cases, we recommend less than 20 words, but informative. We are not saying that you are going to write a title that has 18 words that make no sense. Or you are not going to write a title that has 20 words that make no sense. Somebody does not understand what the title is about. Okay? It needs to describe the contents accurately, describe the subject specifically, omit verbs if possible, and it should be easy to understand. It should also be suitable for indexing. I know somebody would ask, why are you saying that the title should try as much as possible to omit verbs? I don't have a specific reason. I have seen many scholars arguing that when you are writing your title, if there's a verb, then convert it into a noun. That makes your title stand out. I don't know the reasoning behind it. So if you are told, instead of saying investigating the influence of, then you could say the investigation of the influence. So that is the recommendation. I've seen several of them saying you need to omit verbs instead of using verbs. If possible, you can convert those verbs into nouns. Do not promise more than what is in the paper. So if you are writing a paper, if the paper is about a specific thing, don't promise what is not in the paper. If you did not do gene editing, you just did gene sequencing, for example, don't talk about gene editing in your title, because then I'll look for it, and if it's not there, I will be disappointed. So don't promise more than what is in the paper. And you also need to cut unnecessary words, so some notes on or something like this, and avoid abbreviations and jargon. You can use jargon in your title, there's no problem, but make sure that you put a certain English or a general word or a common name that people who are not from your field can also relate to. These days, research is becoming multidisciplinary, okay? So you find someone is writing a proposal, they are from the field of, let's say they are from the field of environmental science. And they are writing a proposal that is talking about aquaculture. So they are looking at how specific environmental conditions could influence aquaculture systems. But then they are looking for specific information about a specific fish, but in your title, you've only used the scientific name of that fish without putting the common name. So this person who is not from your field, but wants information about the fish that your paper is talking about, let's say you are talking about Nile perch as an example. Nile perch, the scientific name is Lattes niloticus. But let's say somebody from the field of medicine who is writing a research article on the importance of Nile perch in nutrition, in human nutrition, is looking for information. You have a paper that is talking about the nutritive value of Nile perch, but you've written the title as Lattes niloticus. So this person will not know that this paper I'm skimming through and passing by has information on Nile perch, but because they don't know the scientific name, that jargon alone is going to make it difficult for them to get that information. So my suggestion is that even if you are going to use the jargon, make sure that the jargon is accompanied by a general name so that people who are not from your field can still benefit from your paper. Okay? You need to choose all your words carefully, avoid abbreviations, chemical formula, and jargon, etc. I think I've talked about this. Now, how do you formulate a title? Some people think that you need to have a very good title at the beginning. Sometimes you just have a sketchy title or a working title, then you keep refining the draft until a point where you get the final draft. So you can just have some working draft just to guide you, and you keep refining it until when you finally have the paper written complete, then you will look back at the paper and say, let me read the title. Does it really summarize what is contained in this paper? And then you can keep changing it around. So don't worry about getting the title, the correct title the first time. You can just work with what is there until you find the final paper, and then from there you can be able to. Then we have a bit of examples here. So if you have a title like biodiversity threat, so you are writing a manuscript for publication, and that is the title. So what if you write threats to biodiversity from invasive alien species in constructed wetlands of Okavango Delta? So at least people know that you are talking about threats to what? Threats to diversity, to biodiversity. From what? So it's clearer than if you just write a biodiversity threat. Somebody will not know what you are writing about. So it has to be a bit more specific. Okay. The other one here is about life of king snakes in Congo. What if you make it habitat use and activity of wetland king snakes in Congo Basin? A bit more specific. So when you're writing, make sure you give enough information. Okay? Then there's what we call a short or a running title. Sometimes when you're submitting, and I think some of you have had this experience, when you're submitting a paper, you are told to provide a running title or a short title. Already I have a short title. Already my title is short enough. How do you tell me now to give a short title? They call it a running title. So it's just a summary again of your title, just picking out the main thing. And mine is always to advise that if they're asking for a running title or a short title, provide it by yourself, because if you don't, then they will truncate your title at whatever part they think makes sense, and then they send that out as the running title. Sometimes it could miss out on several things. So if they're asking for a short title, just give it. The example here is, let's say if the title is Growth, Yield, and Quality Response of snap beans to different inorganic fertilizer application regimes, then the running title could here could be Response of snap beans to inorganic fertilizer. It still talks about the first, it's almost like the first title, but remember now that it's now trying to, it's a summary of the title. But see here, the focus is on growth, yield, and quality response. So that is what we are focusing on. You see, so I think we were talking about the dependent variable and the dependent variable, like the dependent variable being the heart of the research. You see here, the focus, we are focusing on growth, we are focusing on yield, and we are focusing on yield response of snap beans to different inorganic fertilizer application regimes. So if we started with inorganic, if we started with the influence of inorganic fertilizer regimes on growth, yield, and that, then it means that we were not, people would not know where the actual focus is on. So our focus here is on the growth, yield, and quality response of this NAPB to inorganic fertilizer application regimes. So as I said again, show us where you want our focus to be on. After the title, we have the authors. I'm going to show you, I'm going to run through a manuscript that we are working on so that you see what it looks like. So I'll run through the entire process and then I'll show you a manuscript. So because there are people who might think, you know, when you are reading a paper that is already published, sometimes you find the paper is designed so well, so nicely, and you think that when you are sending out a paper, you have to design it that way. Most of the time, you just send out a plain Word document, and then the journal itself will structure it the way they want. So I'll show you a manuscript that we are writing so that you see what it looks like. After the title, we have the authors. Authors are the people who can take intellectual responsibility for the research results being reported. Remember what I've been talking about. I've told you about gift authorship. You don't want to appear in a paper if you cannot take what we call intellectual responsibility for the results or for the research results being reported. You don't want to appear stupid when somebody engages you on a content on contents of a certain paper in which your name appears. A friend of yours is writing something on Nile tilapia, and you have no idea about what Nile tilapia is, and you tell your friend that you know, I've never published a paper. Can you just put my name there? So somebody sees your name, and then they ask you about something, and then you realize you cannot talk about it. Okay, so basically, yeah. So who decides who becomes author number one? I'm seeing these days people are publishing. You find papers that are published by so many people. Of course, you can also publish a paper alone, but mostly these days people publish, you know, many people publish papers together because sometimes they're working in a project and this project has 7 people or 8, you know, they all have to appear. But then who decides who becomes author number one, author number two? How do you decide? Somebody can give us their opinion. How do you decide the sequence of authorship? So that someone becomes author number one, someone becomes author number two, someone becomes author number 3. How do you make that decision? Anybody can give their opinion. Somebody to speak, please.
Their contribution, the amount of contribution.
Thank you. The contribution. So you decide if you contributed more, you become author number one. The second contributor becomes author number 2, like that, like that, like that. But what about prestige? Because sometimes there are some cultures where somebody tells you that in our culture, I'll give an example with a country like Japan. The senior most professor will tell, even if they contributed the most, they will tell you, I have to be the last author. Even if we are going to be 75 people, if readers from Japan will be reading this paper, when they see my name at the end, they know I'm the one doing the backstopping. So I'm the one who is in charge. So it depends on a lot of things, but ideally, as you've said, most of the time it's about the contribution. Who contributed the most? So let's give me an example. What happens if you're a student, you have 2 supervisors? One does nothing. You send him your manuscript, he does not read it, he does not give feedback, but then he insists that he has to be an author. How do you deal with that? Do you check his name off the list, or what happens in that case?
Maybe I can say something. If he contributed to the research itself before the publication, then I think it's important because his knowledge is somehow reflected in that publication. So you can make him the last author.
But what even during the proposal or all these things, he was not just helping you? I know why I'm pushing this, because sometimes we want to appear that we are not alive to the realities of what most of students go through. Sometimes you have 2 supervisors or 3. One does nothing completely, but then the university, I don't know, different universities also have different ways of dealing with this. There are universities where you can go to your department and explain to the chairman of the department or explain to the dean and ask them, hey, I have a problem with Professor so-and-so, Dr. so-and-so, because of ABCD. Maybe they're not giving me feedback, or they are giving conflicting feedbacks, but they're not even ready for a meeting and stuff like this. I'm frustrated because of the supervision. And you get this addressed. But there are some universities where when you do this, then you become the victim. So you now say that even if they're not contributing, they're not doing anything, I'm just going to ride along with them. I will end up putting their names as in my publication, but I know that they did not help me in any way. How do you handle when you find it difficult to deal with supervisors? How do you handle difficult? So I know some of them are here, some of us are here, and some of us are difficult, some of us are very easy. How do you handle this at the University of Nairobi? As an example, I'm not telling you to give me your specific example that this is what I did with my supervisor, because I don't want to get there. But I'm just giving, because then I think we are also here to also advise and give advice to younger scholars who could be going through that. They might not be talking about it, but how do you handle a difficult supervisor? Anybody who wants to give I'm not saying that you give your own experience, because then I'm just something general. If I find a supervisor is very difficult, but they still want to be part of the publication, how do I handle that as a student? These are just proposals and suggestions. I'm not saying that anyone is going to be. Okay, now that we don't have anybody who wants to be part of this, let's go. So University of Sheffield has came up with a way of trying to put this to order authorship. So how do you put somebody number one, number two? I think it still goes back to the contribution here. So it is divided into intellectual contribution, practical input, and also in terms of data collection, then there's practical input after data collection. So that's data processing and analysis. So each person is scored. But who is scoring this? There is the bearer of the idea. So let's say we are working as a group, and we are saying, okay, so-and-so is suggested that we publish a paper. So he has done a draft. So is the one who is going to say, how much has this person contributed? How much has this person contributed? So whoever scores the highest number then gets there. So all participants are evaluated. The condition for authorship is that you must get a minimum of 25 points, which means you must get a minimum of 5 from each of the sections: intellectual contribution, practical input during data collection or after data collection, specialist assistance, then writing input. So you must get at least some points from each of those sections. So if you score anything less than 25, the points are taken to the next paper. So if you are writing as a team, then you are told, okay, you have 20 points from this contribution in this current paper we are publishing, but we are not going to include you because that's very little. So the next time you are writing a paper, you already have 20 points. So we can reward you the other side as well. After the authors' names, of course, we have the addresses. So the address is just where the work was done or where these authors can be found as at the time of the research. So maybe if they are from the specific universities, department of something or that, I'll show you what this looks like. So the title, the authors, then we go to the address, then the abstract. The abstract mostly is a very short part of the manuscript, but it has to stand on its own. So it must have an element of introduction, materials and methods, the main results, and a discussion or the interpretation of those results. So the IMRAD structure, basically. So it also contains keywords at the end. At the end of the abstract, there are also keywords for indexing. And here you present keywords as facts. So in the abstract, present keywords as facts. Don't go around talking about things that are not there. So here you don't reference, there is no reference to literature in the abstract. There are no abbreviations, especially those that cannot be understood. There are no reference to tables or figures, and there is no conclusion that are not substantiated in the paper. So you don't want to start talking about figure 1, figure 3 in the abstract. No. Here we are getting a summary. Okay. So that is basically what I've talked about. But then how do we write an effective abstract? So be concise. Sometimes there are certain word counts. So you are told an abstract cannot be more than 300 words. Make sure you are concise enough. You also use value-adding words. You just, if you are constrained by number of words, you don't want to be wasting words writing things that are not there. Okay, you need to write it last. You need to revise and edit, of course, and follow certain guidelines. Now, the abstract can be either structured or unstructured. A structured abstract, sometimes you find it has small subheadings. It's an abstract, but has small subheadings. You have an introduction, materials and methods, results, discussion, conclusion, and just write 2 sentences or 3 sentences under each section. You will find sometimes when journals or sometimes when conferences are calling for abstracts, some conferences will tell you want a structured abstract. So if it is a structured abstract, then you write a small heading, introduction, then you write 3 or 2 sentences, depending on the word count. Then you write methodology, you highlight the main key points from the methodology. Then you write the results, you highlight the main key points in the results. So that is what a structured abstract looks like. So it has structure. But one that is unstructured, like most cases you find unstructured abstracts where those headings are not there. So you just write, you just write them into these different sections. Then after the abstract, of course, there are keywords. So these keywords often comes at the end of the abstract. And sometimes people ask me, Nicholas, how do I select keywords to use? It's very simple. Put yourself in the shoes of somebody looking for information like the ones contained in the paper you are writing. If they go into a database or into an indexing database, for example, or they go into Google Scholar or any other database, they are searching for information contained in your paper, what keywords would they key in? Put yourself in that person's shoes, and then those are the keywords you're going to write there. I always tell people it's that simple. Just look at your paper, look at the paper or the information you have or the results you are reporting, and think of yourself trying to search for a paper that contains the same information that you are on a website or you are on a database. Which keywords would you put? So those are the keywords you are going to choose. And then somebody asked, can I borrow keywords from the title, or is it wrong to borrow keywords from the title? Where should my keywords come from? Any suggestion? Where should actually the keywords come from? Where should my keywords come from?
On the title.
So if I have, let's say the journal tells me to provide up to 5 or 6 keywords, do I get all of them from the title?
No, some of them get from the abstract.
Yes, thank you. So you can get from the title 1 or 2, but then we are also discouraged from getting from the title because the title will automatically appear in this indexing databases. So already, if a word appears in the title, automatically it will go into the database. So we can now use that chance now to also put other words, mostly from the abstract, picked from the abstract here and there, to make sure that we get. So you can borrow from the title, but try as much as possible not to overlap them, okay? Because they will appear there anyway. So this is just an example of a structured abstract and the one that is unstructured. See, sorry. So the structured one has a background, a little bit, methods, results, and conclusions. The unstructured one now has them all just written in between, okay? So here, you see the abstract here is talking about the first sentence introduces the topic, the economic representatives of spouses. The sentence also implies the question underlying the research study. What are the various causes and the interrelationships among them for this trend? So it starts with that. Then the next one goes about explain what the previous research has done. Then the data collection that was done, the methods, and then the key findings are here. So basically, so if it is this one, the one on the right is unstructured, the one on the left is structured. So that is what I was trying to bring about. And the main thing is put in only the keywords. You see the results on the, look at the one on the left, the structured one. You see, there are only key results are the ones that are put there, not anything else that is wasting space, because sometimes we are working with a limited number of words. Maybe you are told to use 3 words or stuff like this. I'm not going to do that. Then after the abstract, after the keywords, then we go into the introduction. So basically the introduction announces the topic. I want somebody to give me an example. If you have been dating a lady for some time, I want a lady and a gentleman to give us their experiences so that we go into the social introduction. I want us to get this context from the social introduction first. If you are going to introduce somebody to your parents before you marry them, what information do you think you will give them and what questions will they ask you? So you've known a lady for some time and you are now saying, I want to go and introduce you to my people. What information should you provide? What information about this lady should you tell your people? And what questions do you think they will ask? A gentleman first. In the social context, I'm not talking about this, so that we get to understand what information we also need to give when we are introducing a topic in a paper. I will ask again. Let's say you have known a lady for some time and you are now going to introduce them to your people. What information do you want to give these people about this lady? What will you tell them about the lady so that they get to understand this lady before they even get to know her better? And what do you think they will ask you? What questions do you think your people will ask you about this person?
Maybe I can try. One, they will ask you where he comes from, definitely the name. Where does he come from? Where does he work? She work? And also the family background, his family, her family background.
Mm-hmm.
And how long do you know her?
Thank you. So basically, it's about, because you are the one who knows this person. Like, just coming back to the paper, you are the one who did the experiment, you are the one who collected this data, you are the one who went out there and administered questionnaires, you wrote the proposal, all these things. You are the one who knows what these results, what they are. When you are introducing these results, you need to give us the context. You need to give us enough information so that I get to understand these results. Otherwise, I will see the results and be, how did we even get here? How did this person, what was it, why was it even necessary for this person to do this research, for example? So it's the same thing. So, for example, I'm just going to ask, let's say I was at the University of Nairobi and we were doing this training and the training was physical. And then I come in the morning or right now after that break that we had, and I tell you that there's a bus out there. I want us to all get into the bus. We are going to town. What questions will you ask me? So I just come and tell you, there's a bus out there. I want everyone to get into the bus. We are going to town.
To do what?
What are we going to town to do? Why did you not tell us yesterday? Or why did you not tell us before the break, for example? Where are we going specifically in town? All those things. So we are trying to do this introduction even for the paper or the manuscript we are writing so that people don't ask those questions of how did you even identify this as a problem? Why did you collect that data? All that. So basically, it just brings the background. So it gets the reader to the document. It defines the study's aim. It highlights the research impact. It also focuses the study's direction and also justifies the need for the study. So in your background or your introduction, in this case, you remember when we were writing our proposal, we had chapter 1 where it was the introductory part, where it was the background of the study, the objectives, the statement of the problem, the justification. When you're writing a paper, you have to collapse all that in one page or less. Let's say 1 page or 1.5 pages. Imagine all that in chapter 1 must be, because then when you're writing a manuscript, you don't have the leverage of words of saying that I have a section that I'm only going to write this statement of the problem. I have another section that is specifically for the objectives. No, I have to see the background. You have to give me the background information in the introduction. I want to see the justification of your study, the knowledge gaps, the main objective of the study, where you did the study, how, where, you give me it's a space where I need to see everything. Okay, why was this study important? What are the gaps? All these things. What is it that is still known? What is it that is not known? How did we get to where we are? The problem we are trying to solve, how did we get here? So what is the historical, a little bit of a historical background, a little bit of what is happening globally, for example, to give me context, a little bit of what is happening regionally, what is happening in the specific context where you are now doing your research or where you did your research and got the results you are reporting to me. So I need to get all that, imagine, in, let's say, 1.5 pages or 2 at most, because it has to be a very compact one. For manuscripts, we don't have the luxury of writing a lot of pages like what you can do in a thesis. So it's an important structuring mechanism. It announces the topic. It motivates. It also gives the motivation to undertaking the study, and it's the most findings, the most important findings in the published literature. So this is also where you are going to tell us what other people have already done, so that we get to see where the gaps are. And this is also where we are going to talk about the problem, and also a brief of what is to follow. Do not write this section first. I know some people will ask, then, where do I start? Because then you are telling me not to write the introduction, but I'm writing the entire paper. This is the section that is supposed to introduce the entire paper. Why are you telling me not to start with this? It is one of the most difficult parts of the paper to write. The introduction is one of the most difficult parts of the paper to write because it will take you to literature review. So my advice always is for people to start by writing what you have, then move towards what you don't have. For example, what do you have? The methodology is very easy because you can describe what you did. How did I collect the data? I set up an experiment, or I went out and did an interview. I did all these things. Then the results are there because that's why you are writing this paper anyway. So also put the results, describe the results, and even try to interpret them if it's results, if you can interpret. So if you start by writing the introduction, you will realize that once you've written the entire paper, you will come back to the introduction and realize that maybe there are certain aspects of that paper that have not been introduced or have not been adequately addressed in the introduction. So I always tell people, don't start by writing this, because then there will be writer's block. You will start feeling like, I don't know, there's not much literature here. I still have to go and look for this and that, and then you start procrastinating. So I don't want to take you there. So the most important thing is, don't start by writing this. I will tell you when to write it, okay? So the main purpose of the introduction is to state the research problem clearly, establish your hypothesis, provide a justification for your work. Sometimes in some cases, you even have to state a little bit, just touch on the main objective, touch on the main results generally. I've seen papers where some people even touch on what really did they find, what was the biggest answer to the big question they had. And then, so describe your research objectives clearly if you want your readers to be interested in your research, okay? The introduction is your opportunity to explain and define your work, putting it into context. I think I've talked about it. There's not so much difference from when you are writing even the introduction in the proposal that you are writing. Convince your readers your work is important. Provide enough background information to allow readers to understand and evaluate your results without reference to previous publications on the topic. Of course, you are the one who is going to refer to previous publications, but I want that when I'm reading your background, I don't have to leave your document to go to another publication to understand your results or your background. Provide rationale for the study, briefly and clearly state briefly and clearly why you wrote the paper, okay? How do you do it? Start broadly within your field, putting your topic into a wider context in order to orient your reader, and then you should quickly and briefly focus on your specific research problem. So if I'm talking about food insecurity or malnutrition in a specific part of Kenya, so let's say I'm talking about malnutrition in Bondo sub-county of Siaya County, as an example. So I'm talking about the cases of malnutrition among children under 5 in Bondo sub-county. When I'm writing my background, I cannot just start talking about malnutrition in Bondo sub-county directly. No, I must start defining what malnutrition is, how then globally, what are the statistics? regionally, what are the statistics? What are the actual problems associated with malnutrition, for example? What are the other people done elsewhere? What gaps are there? Why did I do this study? So what are the specific objectives of this study? Or the main objective of this study was to analyze this and that. And then some people are clever enough nowadays to even say using this methodology. So they have already even mentioned the methodology in the background without getting a lot of details. So this study therefore analyzed this using this methodology. And sometimes depending on how proficient you are in your writing over time, you will get the chance to even hint to the main problem that. But then the main important thing is start broadly, then quickly come and focus on the specific area where you are doing the research. Okay, so if you are starting broadly, talk about malnutrition, the problems associated with it, give us some global perspective, give us some African data, give us some regional data, give us the national data also as well, and the national extent of the problem. Then go to the county, for example, you say now in the county of Siaya, before you now get down to Bondo, where you are specifically doing your research. In the county of Siaya, this is what the status is like, and then now you come to Bondo sub-county and now give us a bit of more context of Bondo sub-county, for example. So Bondo sub-county faces malnutrition because of A, B, C, D, and these are the challenges and all those things. So start broadly and focus specifically on what you are talking about. Okay, it should provide adequate information about your research area so that readers do not. Okay, I think I've read about that. So it forms the launching part of the paper, and the writer should start with a hook. So if you're talking about malnutrition, it would be a good thing for you to start by defining what malnutrition is so that I get to understand and I get interested. If you start with some lifeless sentences, then I'll be like, maybe this introduction is not interesting for me to read. Okay? Those ones will be shared. You can go on the internet and just see how to read a paper effectively. I think these ones are YouTube videos that I don't want us to watch right now. After the introduction, materials and methods, I don't think I'm going to dwell so much here. We talked about this when writing your proposal. Basically, materials and methods are just describing how you collected the data. It is the cornerstone of science, basically, because we want to believe, because when I'm going to see your results, I should be confident enough that the results I'm seeing here could have been obtained out of the methods that were described up there. That is it. If I start doubting your methods, then I will start doubting your results. If you told me that you are going to do a certain kind of experiment, and the results you are presenting cannot be, could not have been obtained using the methods you described, then I'll doubt the results, even if they are accurate. So this is the cornerstone. So make sure that you do it in a way and provide enough details so that somebody looking at your work will understand that you really collected this data and the methods you applied could give you the result that you are reporting. Basically, that is what it is. So depending on your field, whether you are doing a cross-sectional survey, you are doing a longitudinal study, you are doing an experiment, this is where you are going to talk about the experimental design, completely randomized block design, all those things. Depending on your field, we are from different fields. So basically, what I want to tell you here in your materials and methods is provide enough details on how this work was done, okay? So where you are talking about, for example, when you're talking about, let's say if it's a kind of study where you are talking about the materials and methods, what methods did you use? If they are chemicals, if they are equipment, if there's the sample size, for example, describe all those things. The methods, talk about the experimental design. What design did you use, for example? So let's say if it's a longitudinal study or cross-sectional study, what kind of data did you collect? Did you collect qualitative data or quantitative? Was it a mixed method? What data collection tools did you use, for example? Did you use structured questionnaires? Did you use focus group discussions? Did you set up an experiment? Did you go into the lake to do sampling? What kind of sampling did you do? Did you do any randomization? How did you randomize, for example? All those things. The procedures, data analysis methods. So data analysis methods, for example, you need to tell us, for each objective, you need to make it clearly how did you analyze it. So if you are going to report certain data, I need to see how you analyze the data to arrive at, whatever it is that you are reporting to us. So methods are closely scrutinized in peer review, and if a reviewer doubts that the experiments are repeatable, the manuscript will be rejected no matter how wonderful the results are. So if I read through and say that, hey, this methodology section is so jumbled up, I doubt if somebody else can repeat this work. Then I'll say, I'm not even sure if the results are correct. The paper will be kicked out. So be careful about the materials and methods section. These other things are just things I'll not talk about. So sometimes mixed methods and research methodologies. So sometimes you are using mixed method research. So here you need to talk about data collection, qualitative, quantitative, data integration during analysis, during interpretation. What ethical considerations did you have? Qualitative phase, quantitative phase, all those things. So this is just an example of what really goes into the discussion. For example, I interviewed 75 people. How did you arrive at 75? What was the total population that you are looking at? How did you determine the sample size? What formula did you use to determine the sample size, for example? All those things. Be meticulous. I think I've talked about it. If you cannot be trusted in simple things, can you expect the reader to trust you in significant and complex ones? Okay. Those are things I'm not going to talk about again. So let's say sometimes you are doing a study that is talking about study site, study species, materials, and methods in certain times when you are doing certain kinds of studies, like the ones you are doing in the field. You're going to the lake, you are going to plant crops somewhere. You need to give us, even georeferences like coordinates. You can even draw a map, for example. You give information on the habitat or sampling site. So if you're sampling in a lake or sampling in a river or sampling in a forest somewhere, you need to describe why did you choose that? How do you describe the habitat, for example? What kind of trees are there? So just give, here I'm giving a lot of examples from different fields so that you just know the entire discussion around here is give enough details so that people don't doubt your methods. Okay? I think these are also things that I'm not going. I've talked about them enough. The summary is this section should be chronological and informative, providing details of the experimental design. For example, if you are doing experiment, details of the controls used, including their purpose, details of the data recording techniques, exact quantities and purities of reagents, technical specifications of operators. There are some, like people in chemistry will tell you that the purity of the reagent alone can influence the results. So you need to talk about even all those things. Accurate nomenclature, precise details of any subjects or samples included in the study. And I wanted to talk about if you did a certain kind of analysis or a certain kind of use a certain kind of methodology to do an analysis, but it is based on a protocol. So let's say there's a book or a protocol that is already there, or a standard protocol. You don't have to start telling us that 25 milligrams of CO2 was dissolved, 30 grams of it was taken. No, just a analysis of this. Let's say like plant nutrient analysis was done according to, then you cite. So there's somebody who wants to see the details, like in water quality analysis. Sometimes you just use APA 2025 or APA 2024, for example, if it's there, then put a citation. So if somebody is interested in the actual details, then they can go to that protocol and see the exact details, okay? Then after that, after the materials and methods, we are doing the results, okay? The results, basically, this is why you are writing, basically. Because if you didn't have the results, why were you even publishing this paper in the first place? So it means that after the results, after the materials and methods now, we are now getting the results. And you remember that the results should also appear chronologically. They should follow the methods. So it is easier for me to know that method 1 gave me result 1, method 2 gave me result 2, method 3, result 3. So try in as much as you can to arrange your results in a way that follows the methods, the methodology section, so that when I'm reading your results, I can easily interpret that, okay, so this one is talking about growth parameters of fish. Okay, I think, yeah, that was the method, the first method. That's why I'm seeing the length-weight relationship as the first result, okay? Now, it must be logical, easy to follow, and correct. Now, present the big picture first, an overall description of the hypothesis tested, and check, and the data that support the claim you make. When you are setting out to do your experiment, there's that big question you are asking yourself, okay? does this relate to this, or is there a correlation between this and that? When you are presenting your results, I always encourage that you start with the main result first before you now go into the other details. That you could say, okay, the experiment has revealed that indeed there is a significant difference between that, and then you put the statistics there. And then after that, now you can go down now to give me the details, the other small details that are there, okay? So you need to give details of significant results and not the insignificant ones. I'm not saying that if results are not insignificant, you don't, if the results are insignificant or differences are insignificant, you don't report them. Report them, but not give too much details. You need to give details about significant results. The ones that are not significant, just mention, but don't give too much information about them. Okay. So I think these are just generally what you need to do. So when you're writing your results, you start by giving us a brief overview of the section's purpose, then present findings through text, tables, and figures. I think we know that there are some results that we can present in text, some results we present at tables, some results we present at figures. Don't present everything as in a figure or in a table, and then you go ahead and present the same in text. That makes no sense, okay? Then also includes results of statistical tests with explanation. So if you did the t-test, if you did ANOVA, if you did analysis of covariance, all those things, just try as much as you can, or if it was about thematic analysis, just make sure that you state, okay? Then organize complex results into manageable subsections. Sometimes you find people have very many results, but they are not organized into subsections. So make sure you organize them into subsections, because then that makes it very easy and clear for whoever is reading, okay? Then also highlight the most significant results for emphasis, okay? I talked about that already. Use tables and figures. I've talked about this, that not all data need tables or figures. Many results can be given in text, okay? When presenting facts, leave elegance to the tailor. So no reference to either own work or new work. Write in simple past tense. Most of the time, we encourage you to write, showed that the results showed that there was a significant difference. When do we write this? After materials and methods. So in this case, I'm telling you that when you're writing your paper, start by writing the materials and methods section, then go to the results section. Materials and methods, then results, and then the discussion. Do not start with the methods. I think these are things you can read. Those are just notes you can read later on. Tables and figures. For the tables, the caption goes on top of the table. For the figure, the caption goes below the figure. And then you have to label the axis. So like for a figure, you have to label what is in the x-axis, what is in the if there are some legends, all those have to be very clear. So that when I'm looking at a figure, or when I'm looking at a table, I know what it means by just looking at it, or what information is in there. Okay. I'm not going to read through the summary. After the results, we get to the discussion. Basically, the discussion is the interpretation of the results. So basically here, you are going to tell us why you think the results are the way they are. So if you see there's a significant difference between two variables, then you need to tell us why do you think the results are the way they are, okay? And you can now compare also with what other people found, okay? So most rejections are due to faulty results, because if authors are unsure, then they speculate a lot. They just hide behind some cloud somewhere because they don't know how to interpret their results. Okay. So how do you do a research discussion here? Most of the time, you restate key findings. So you tell us what the key findings are, and then you summarize the main key findings. Of course, you remember when I was telling you, when you are presenting your results, I told you to start with the main results. Here, start by restating that the result, the study has revealed that this and this and that. And then you interpret those results. After interpreting the results, interpretation and comparison is different. You interpret by telling us why you think the results are the way they are, and then you now go ahead to compare with previous research. You would say whether they disagree with previous research and how. Where they agree, you also say where they agree, but where they disagree, you have to explain. So if you found that there's a researcher who did an experiment like that but got different results, then you need to explain to us why do you think they got different results? Is it because of the context? Is it because of the methodology? Is it because of what? Okay, so don't shy off from also mentioning any research that does not agree with what you got. Also, acknowledge limitations. So if there are certain study weaknesses, for example, let's say you started a study, it was a longitudinal study, you recruited 75 households, and then 2 of them dropped off. You need to explain how then how you tackled that, or how then that affected your data and how that was mitigated. Okay. So start with a short reminder of the purpose and the key results, like 1 or 2 sentences, then discuss what they mean. Then start from specific and progress to a more general discussion. Note that this direction is opposite from that of the introduction. The introduction, we start broadly and then it becomes specific, like a funnel. But for the discussion, it is the inverted funnel. So we start specifically from the results of the study we are talking about right now, and then we start broadening, pairing with what other people did. Okay. Then this also may be the place to confront potential critics. Tell the reader the limitations of the study, draw attention to the potential problems, and tell the readers the reasons how you addressed them. So if 1 rat died, if you had 17 rats at the beginning of your experiment and you treated them and did all those things, and then 2 or 3 of them died, did you replace them? If you did not, how did this then influence the ultimate results that you are presenting here? So I think those are important things that you need to do in your discussion section. So one example is where you can start paragraph 1 with the key results and what they mean. Paragraph 2 is how do these findings relate to the results of previous work. Then paragraph 3 is potential drawbacks and their solutions. And then paragraph 4 could be the summary of results and conclusions. Some journals will tell you that the conclusions and recommendations will have their own specific sections, so you don't have to include them in the discussion section. There's just a specific place. But some journals will tell you that you give a little bit of a summary at the end of your discussion section to serve as conclusions. Please do not force what you have to say in a predetermined structure. Okay, I'm not going to read all that. Even that I'm not going to read. Basically, these are things I've also talked about. I'm not going to read. These are, when you get the notes, it would be a nice thing to just go through them again. When do you write your discussion? Towards the end, after the results. And sometimes they might be written together. You find some journals will tell you to write a section called results and discussion. So if they tell you that you write results and discussion, it means that you will be writing a result and discussing it. Writing a result, interpreting it, comparing with other people's work. You go to the next one, you write the result and interpret and compare. Okay, so basically it depends on what the journal requires. So some journals will tell you that the results section will be separate from the discussion section. If that is the case, then just write the results without interpreting them, then go to the discussion section and interpret the results. And the discussion also has to follow the order in which the results were presented. So the first result, first discussion. Second result, second discussion. So describe, you need to interpret the results the way they appear in that order. Okay. Then do not combine results and discussion unless, of course, as I've said, unless the journal requires you to do that. Okay. Then after that, of course, there are acknowledgements and appendices. So acknowledgement is where you're just acknowledging people for maybe approvals. So you did experiment in a certain lab, or somebody helped you to do some certain things and they're not part of the authorship. So maybe it's a lab technician and you are not going to include him as part of the authorship, but you just want to appreciate his work. So those are the things you put in the acknowledgement. So this is not a courtesy surprise. Ask people if they want to be included, and also show them the wording. Sometimes you might end up, also if there's financial support or grant, sometimes you also need to acknowledge that and say, this work was supported, or we are grateful to Bill and Melinda Gates or University of Nairobi for, and sometimes if there is a grant ID, just make sure that it's clear who's funded this work. I was saying that sometimes you want to surprise somebody by acknowledging them, but they don't want to be part of that paper. So maybe a paper has been written out of data that was collected from a certain project. And this person was so pissed off with this project that they don't want to be part of it, and you have acknowledged them. So sometimes your paper will be published, and then they read the paper online and realize that you mentioned their names, and they didn't want to be associated with that paper, with that research completely. Then you start having issues. So if you are going to acknowledge somebody, or you are going to acknowledge an organization, tell them that I was funded by this organization, or University of Nairobi allowed me to use a certain laboratory, for example, for my experiments. I want to acknowledge them in my paper. Is it okay for me to acknowledge the lab? Then they will tell you it's okay. Then you will tell them I'm going to write an acknowledgement, and then I'll show you the wording if you are okay with the wording. You might find that there is something you are writing that maybe is not true, or something you are writing that they don't want to appear the way you've written it. So ask them if they are okay to be acknowledged, and also show them the wording. Okay. So the acknowledgement should be simple, precise. Do not wish to thank, simply thank. You see where people write, we would like to thank so and so. Why would you like to thank them? Why don't you just go ahead and thank them? Who is stopping you from thanking them? So don't wish to thank, simply thank. Give reasons for a person's why a person is included in the acknowledgement. So you cannot just say I'm grateful to so and so. For what? Just give reasons. Appendices, sometimes where you provide additional information. So sometimes some journals will tell you that if you used questionnaires, then we would want you to attach the questionnaires in your submission so that we can also verify. Or if you used certain protocols, then we would also want you to attach those protocols. So these are just the appendices, any additional information. Then, of course, the references, I've talked about this. Use a reference manager. There are several of them. We have EndNote, we have Mendeley, we have Jabref, Zotero, all that. Okay, so the reference also depends on what the journal requires. So some journals will tell you that our reference style is APA, some will tell you it's Chicago, depending on what the journal requires. I'm going to talk about journal selection. We have written our paper. Now we want to select the right journal for this paper. But before we get there, just give me 1 minute so that I can show, because I know maybe there are people who are asking themselves, what is this journal that this person is talking about? I don't know what a manuscript looks like. So I'm just going to show you a manuscript here so that you see what it looks like actually. I'm just looking for, okay. I'm looking for a manuscript so that I show you just basically what it looks like. One that is not, let me get one from my PhD. There's one that was published here. Okay, I'm just going to show you one that already we published, but I want to show you the raw version, how we sent it. Because somebody would be asking, you are just talking about structure and writing. I don't know how then it should look like. So I guess it's just to show you, basically we talked about the title. So this is the title of the paper here. Then you follow with the authors. So we have the title here. We have the authors. You see there are superscript 1, 2, because these are their addresses. And you remember after the title, we had the names of the authors. Then we have their affiliation, where they come from. Then this is the abstract, where we have just the main things. Then the keywords follow here. Then we have an introduction. You see now at the end of the introduction, we are talking about this research aims to evaluate the effect of selected. So we give the objective of that. Then we have the methods, where we have the research design, After that, how the research was designed, all those aspects of the research, how each was done, the growth performance, the hatching time, how all those things were determined. All that is there. I don't know where I lost. Okay, this one is here. So the methodology, then we have the results. The results are presented either in a graph and also in text here. Tables as well. Tables, results, all that. Then after all these results here, we have the discussion. We have our discussion discussing all the results that are up there. And then, of course, the journal now requires us to talk about data availability, conflict of interest. Then we have the references, all that. So basically, this is what the manuscript looks like. So don't worry about, somebody would think, what does it look like? How do I have to structure it? No, just send a plain text. Then it's up to the journal now to do that, whatever it is. Somebody would ask now that we have our journal, we have our paper that is already written. How do I select the right journal where to publish my paper? When you want to publish your paper, you can select the journal in several ways. One of them is just also looking at, during the time you are writing, there are certain papers that you are referring to. Where were they published? The papers that you cited, where were they published? Because there's a possibility that those journals can publish that paper for you. So that is one way. You can also ask fellow authors, tell them to recommend. You can ask your supervisor, tell them, hey, I've written a paper. Is there any journal that you know that can publish this paper for us? But the other ways that you can also publish your, select the journal is what I'm going to show you here. I'm going to, there are what we call journal finders. So most of this, I don't know what is happening to my computer now. It's not typing. I don't know what I did. I don't know what is happening to my computer. I don't know what is happening. So I'm looking to type journal finders. So most of these journals these days have what we call journal finders. So if you want to publish in Springer, Springer has its own journal finders. Wiley has its own journal finders, Taylor and Francis, MDPI, Elsevier, all of them have journal finders. So let's say we want to publish our paper in Elsevier. Just click on journal finder here on Elsevier. Then it will ask you to copy and paste the abstract. So let's take the abstract. We take this abstract here.
Sorry, you're not projecting.
And paste it.
Sorry, you're not projecting what you're talking about.
Sorry. Okay. Let me just share my screen again. Are you now seeing? I'll just remove them. So you just type journal finders, and then the journal finders will take you to. Let me just see. So what screen are you seeing? Are you seeing the screen with journal finders?
Yes.
So let's say we want to publish this paper in Elsevier, then you just come here and just paste your abstract. Then you click find journals. Elsevier is going to suggest for you journals within Elsevier that can publish your paper. See? So you have several of them. So it's up to you to check the impact factor, the site score, the time to first decision. Then you can also check the publication fee. Okay, so some of them are open access. You can only publish open access. You have to pay to publish. So at least now you have an idea of where to get a paper to publish from. How to get a journal in which to publish your paper. But if you want to publish in a different journal, then you just go back. Let's say we want to publish not in Elsevier, but you want to publish in Springer as an example. Then you just say, okay, I want to find Journal Springer in Journal Finder in Springer. It's the same way, just same thing. Just come and paste your abstract there. Once you paste your abstract, then you find journals. Springer is going to suggest for you journals within Springer. See? So from there, you can now just be able to decide, okay, this is where I want to take my paper to. And then you just go to their website and get to know the paper better, the journal better. So just click on here, go to the website, read through and see instruction to authors and all those things. How do I need to prepare my document, my journal before I submit and stuff like that. So basically, that is what it is. I want to stop here because then we need to take a lunch break. Then we come back for the last part. So maybe Kevina, you can give guidance on when we are stopping. So we stop for 1 hour.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I suggest we stop. Yes, go ahead.
We'll stop for 1 hour and resume at 2 p.m. But in the meantime, kindly send your 2 names as you'd like to appear in the certificate to the email that I'm adding in the chat. Thank you.
Okay. So let's come back at exactly 2 so that we can go to the last part of the training. And also, if you have certain questions, I'll just see them and we talk about them when we come back. Frida is here.
Presence.
Okay. So I'm not here alone. So I know other people will also be joining. So as they join, we can talk about because what the next session I'm going to talk about will basically blend a little bit of AI and other things, but I want us to just talk about what is your take on AI in academia? Should we use AI tools in academia, or is it something that you think we should not use completely? As I say, there's nothing right or wrong here. We are just giving opinions. Even mine, whatever I tell you is an opinion most of the time. Should we use AI in academia, or is it something that should not be used completely? What's your take?
Can I go first?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Well, I believe we are able to use AI in academia, but use it collectively. Because you cannot generate a document from AI, then present that document. AI is just support scholars in their work and also grow with it, but not use it fully to do the work. The other thing you find when you use the AI to develop your work, your thinking or your scholarly thinking goes down because the AI will be doing work for you. So use it in a constructive manner. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I think what you are saying in a nutshell, and I agree with you, that AI should not replace your brain as a researcher. Yes, Anne has something to say. Yes, Anne.
You can hear me? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We can hear you.
My opinion is that we really can't run away from AI, but just like we have a certain percentage of plagiarism, I think we should use AI up to a certain percentage. Okay, so that the whole document is not AI originated. I also tend to think that you see the academic language is different when you compare AI and the language that is used in academia. The difference is a lot. I mean, academia is the academic way of writing. You know, it's more polished when you compare with AI. So my take is that AI can be used, but to a certain extent.
Thank you. I think there's something you started with that is interesting and something that I really can agree with, that we cannot run away from AI. I am happy that you started like that. There's the first time we started discussing this, we were discussing it with, we've been discussing this with scholars from all over the world, from Nigeria, South Africa, Ghana, because TCC has, even from India, there was a time TCC was training scholars from India. And we have gotten to a point where we can't lie that we can run away from the fact that AI is here and it's here to stay with us, and it's getting smarter and smarter. But then you remember what you've said, that sometimes AI will generate some general things that maybe are not really, specific to the academic field. But then it also depends on which tool you're using. There are several AI tools, and some are specifically trained to write scientific content. So those ones will write very good scientific content using very good scientific information, scientific language. The thing is, I think the bottom line is, it's like the same way, the example I was giving this was when scientific calculators were being introduced into high school. And there was all these stories about how, that's going to make students lazy. I remember when we were doing our from high school, we were just using log tables where you had to open through, go and look for log and all natural log, all those things. So when calculators were being introduced, people were saying, that will make students lazy, but then they were introduced. Is everyone getting an A in maths? No. Or in physics? No. It's just going to help. If you don't have the concept around what you want to punch into that calculator, it will be lying in front of you and there's nothing you will do about it. So even for AI, let's look at it that way. For those who are teaching, like teaching students, you give students assignments and tell them, we don't want you to use AI, but then they will end up using them. They sometimes even know more tools than we do. So I have been telling lecturers and professors, just my opinion, I'm not saying my word is the law. Instead of telling them never to use them, the best thing is to direct them to which tools can they use for what purposes and how responsibly can they use them. So that is just about ethical use of AI. We have a lot of things people use out here, including in the field of medicine. There are some prescriptions that can only be used. There are some drugs that can only be used under prescription, but then you find they can still be bought over the counter, just because some people in that practice have decided to use their licenses in a way that is not ethical. So it's the same way with AI in academia. Use AI. The most important thing for me is to expose you to which tools you can use for what purposes, and how you want to use it now boils down to you as a researcher. How ethical are you in terms of using these tools? And what really does your university allow, or what does your institution allow? Because I don't set those rules. If the University of Nairobi, just as an example, I don't know what is there, but if the University of Nairobi tells you that you cannot use AI to more than 20%, not more than 20% of your document should be AI generated, I'm not going to tell you to generate your document up to 100% because AI is here to be used. You have to follow the guidelines of the University of Nairobi. If they tell you that we don't want you to use AI, so AI generated content in your document should be 0, stick to zero. Mine is not to tell you that, but I have to expose you to the AI tools that are out here that can help you as a researcher, so that you know that they are there. So even if you're not using them, for whatever reason, you know what is available out here. You can also use to guide students with them, or if a student uses them, you just know that, okay, I think this student used this one. So those are things that, because whether we expose them or not, whether we talk about them or not, these things are, people are using them. There's somebody who was telling me, he's a friend of mine, so we were joking around one evening, and he was telling me that AI in academia is like that beautiful girl you flirt with in the dark or in some dark alleys, and you don't want to come in the public holding hands with them, with the hand, introducing her to your friends, that you see, this is the lady who has been making me happy all this while. No. So you flirt with AI in the background. So many people are flirting with it. So many people are doing a lot of things with them, but then they cannot come out and tell you that, hey, I used this tool to generate whatever I was showing you. So basically, that's what is happening in most cases. I have interacted with researchers from specific universities in Europe and in America, where they are allowed to use AI to a certain extent as long as they declare. So they will say, hey, I used AI in my literature review section to do A, B, C, D. These are the prompts that I gave. This is the specific AI tool that I used. So that whoever is reading your work knows that the literature review section was aided to this extent using AI, and these are the commands that were, so that I can trace back, and using the same tool, I can be able to replicate your work. I think that is one thing, because then I'm going to talk about some AI tools, and I wanted us to get that out of the way, that we agree that AI can enhance our output, especially as African researchers, because we are competing at a global stage where we are competing against researchers from universities that have allowed them to use these AI tools. There are universities that are even subscribing and paying for these tools. We have to compete against them as Africans. If we are going to say that we will keep reading papers manually, so I download an entire paper, and I have to read it word by word, while there's a researcher somewhere who has a tool that can help them summarize this tool or conceptualize or paper or do these things, then that person is going to have a higher output than me, not because I'm stupid, but because I've decided to stick with my old ways. So mine or ours at TCC Africa is to expose you to what is out there. How you use it boils down to you and your institution. Do not go against what your institution says. Just saying that, AI, TCC Africa told us it's okay to use AI. What does your university say? For me, that is the bottom line. What does the university say? Does it allow you to use AI, and to what extent? If it says no, don't say that we were told we can use. No, that is what the university says. If they say it is 10%, stick to 10%. Having gotten that out of the way, I want to demonstrate two tools, or maybe three, but let me talk about two for now. The first one is going to show you where to get papers from. Where do I get papers from if I want to get grant information about projects that are currently running in my field or in my country? If I want to download papers, if I want to see policy documents, if I want to download data sets, if I want to see clinical trials, for example, if I'm in the field of medical or clinical sciences, where do I get this from? So the first site that I want to show you or demonstrate to you is called Dimensions AI. And I'll just show that. I'll just share my screen and show you how to access Dimensions AI. So the best way to access Dimensions AI is through what we call Research for Life. University of Nairobi has access to Research for Life. So just go to the librarian, tell them, hey, I want to access Research for Life, or maybe University of Nairobi already even has direct link to Dimensions AI, but I just want to show you the long way. Go and what is this? Go and I don't know what is wrong with my computer. So go and ask your librarian to give you the login credentials for Research for Life. so that you access Research for Life. So once you go onto the internet, just search for Research for Life, then take the first option. Your librarian will give you, each university has their own unique login details. So you will log in to Research for Life using the details that your university will give you. So this the librarian should give you login details that you can use to access Research for Life. Once you get it, just log into Research for Life using those details. So once you log into Research for Life, so log into search for Research for Life, log into Research for Life, then click under content, then click on databases. Log in, click on your content, click on databases, then scroll through the databases and click on dimensions. So you can still access dimensions directly by just typing on Google, but then there are so many features that you will not use unless you access it through Research for Life. So if you access it through Research for Life, you will access all this that I am going to show you here. So if somebody can unmute, how many publications can you see on this platform? How many publications are you seeing on this platform?
157,435,160.
So you can see how powerful this. It means that even if you are not going to get everything, but the chances of you getting some good papers is very high. That's some big number. So I think that's one thing that I wanted to show, that we have over 100 million papers. So you can be sure that the chances of you getting something to read are very high. But sometimes when you go to some other websites where you go and maybe like Google Scholar, I'm not saying those are not places where you can look for literature, but then I'm saying sometimes you will see the filters and how we do our search here. You will realize that it's easier to search for exactly what you want here than when you are going through certain databases. So I'll just show you what it looks like when you are trying to look for a paper here. So here you can see we can access publications, data sets, grants, patents, clinical trials, and policy documents. So today I'm only going to demonstrate to you publications and grants. Grants, of course, are information on projects that are running in the country or that have or elsewhere, or those that have ended, but just giving you an idea if you want to maybe network and look for other people who are running projects elsewhere. So under publications, on the left, there are several filters that you can use under publications. But let's start by publication here. So you can decide to filter by publication here. Let me just show you how far back we can go here. We can go to as far back as 1665. I just wanted to show you this, so that if you are doing literature search and you want to see what happened if you want to follow that and just demonstrate what happened in 1924 or 1773, you can always get some publications that were there. So you can go far back. But I want us to say that, let's say you are doing you are doing a literature search and you are told you can only cite papers that were published between 2021 to 2025 as an example. Just select the dots in front of the year. I don't know whether they are dots or boxes. And then click Add to Search. So we were at 157 million. Now we are down to 34 million papers that were published between the years that we have stated. That is the first filter. Now I want to skip the other filters and then go and filter by country. So let's filter by country. Let's just come down here and filter by Kenya. Okay, so we mark and then we filter by Kenya. So we have 33,000 papers that are relevant to the country of Kenya. After filtering by Kenya, I want us to go back to filter by research organization. When you click on this arrow, you will see the top 10 research organizations in Kenya that are producing papers. We see here that University of Nairobi is leading, followed by KEMRI, JKUAT, Kenyatta, Moi, University of Oxford. University of Oxford is appearing here because it's doing a lot of research with with Kenyan researchers, and that's why it's collaborating a lot with so many African Kenyan universities and research institutions. That's why it appears here. Then we have ILRI and all this. So University of Nairobi, let's say we only want papers from University of Nairobi. You just click and then you add to search. So your filters will be listed up here. So we have papers that were published between those years in Kenya, University of Nairobi. I want to remove the year as a filter and just remain with the University of Nairobi here. So we have 15,000 papers that are relevant to the to University of Nairobi that are relevant to the country of Kenya. So from there, you can even go ahead now and look at researcher. Who are the top researchers at the University of Nairobi? If you see anybody you know, you let me know. We have Grace John, we have Abraham Richardson, we have Joshua Kimani, we have Walter, all these. So this is the top 10 researchers from University of Nairobi. So you can filter, let's say I only want to see the works of this specific researcher. You just click there, and then it will only bring you the works of that specific person. So there are several filters here. If you want to see who is funding research at the University of Nairobi, for example, just click on funder, the top 10 funders of research at University of Nairobi. Wellcome Trust, all these. Then after funder, we can also search by research category. So under research category, you can filter by field of research, or you can filter by the sustainable development goals. So let's say you want papers that are only related to a certain SDG. You can go and filter by that, and then it will only bring you papers that are relevant to that SDG. Or if you want papers in a specific field of research, so you are in the field of education or environmental science or clinical medicine, for example, then you can just come and say, I want to filter, I only want papers that are specific to a specific field of research. So then you can also filter by a specific field of research. I'm showing you all this so that after applying all these filters, when you go ahead and put certain keywords, then it comes out very easily. So let's say you are only interested in the field of medical microbiology, for example, then you click on that, all that. Then the other one is publication type. So do I want research articles, preprints, book chapters, monographs, so or conference proceedings? This one is also here. So you can say, I want to only see preprints. Then you click on preprint, or I want to see book chapters. You can click on that as well. Then also we have source title. Source title here are the specific journals where University of Nairobi scholars are publishing their work. East African Medical Journal +1, all this. Then journal lists, in which journal lists are these works listed, PubMed, DOAJ. Then you can also filter by open access. I only want papers that are open access, the ones that I can just click and download. So all these filters you can use. But even after doing all those filters, you can still come here and type in certain keywords. So I want to remove this. I want to remove that. Anybody who wants to give us any keywords that we can type here just to find a paper? Or we can go back to our field of research, filter by field of research. Which field of research are we looking at today here? Anybody? Hello? It's evident that I'm alone anyway, so I'll just put choose any field of research.
There is an indication on the chat. We can check something on climate change or microplastic, business information system.
Yeah, so let's see more and see all the lists here. So we have biological sciences, biomedical. Let's say business systems in context. I'm just going to use that as an example. So you can always search a specific area that you want. What specific keywords can we put under this business systems in context? Because then even after doing that, maybe it might not give you the exact paper that you want, but then you have to put out certain keywords so that you can get, a bit more, how do you say, a bit more specified kind of. So the research categories are even on the left here. So here we can see that, let me just see here. The research categories are here, and here they are all now listed here. We have commercial services. So let's say we want marketing. So then you will put certain keywords here. So let's say you can put some keywords depending on what that area is. What do we say? So I've just say social media and marketing as keywords. Then let's see what we have here. So we have 83 publications. Of course, we have not filtered by year. So let's say we only want papers that were published between certain years so that we don't go too far. We want papers that were published between 2024 and 2025, maybe 2026 in the areas of social media that are relevant to social media and marketing. So then after that, of course, we will scan through and see which one is the best. The reason why I'm showing you this, the good thing with dimensions is once you get a very good paper, one that is so good, then it will link you to other papers that are closely relevant to that. So you don't have to come back all the time to do searches all the time. So let's say this is the paper that we like.
Okay, just a quick check, sir.
Yes.
I'm seeing there is an indication of publication for the year 2026 up to 18. What does that mean?
Thank you for asking that. Anybody wants to share their opinion before I give mine? Why do we have papers that were published in 2026? Okay, papers from the future. Anybody wants to give their opinion on this? We have papers from the future. And today, if you are submitting your proposal, and then somebody sees that you have cited Outa et al. 2026, and they'll be like, what is this? Did you want to write 2016 or? But then you tell them it's 2026. How does that happen? Scholars, hello? Before I give my thinking. No, we said nothing is right, nothing is wrong. We just give talk, and that's how people get to engage, my friends. No one is engaging anything. Anyway, no problem. Most journals will have issues for years. So you'd say maybe there's a journal that publishes papers, certain issues, a certain number of issues in a certain year. So maybe 2025, they have already accepted certain papers, but they cannot publish them in the 2025 issue. So these papers will appear or will come out in the 2026 issue. That's why they have been allocated at 2026, even though we are still in 2025. So they have been accepted, but they have been because the 2025 issues are over within those journals. Maybe they only publish per issue, they only publish 20 papers or 40 papers per issue. So the 2025 issues are over, but they still have papers to publish. So they have allocated them the issues that will appear under 2026. So that's why they are papers from the future. So once you put keywords, then you will explore and check the paper that is interesting to you. So let's say that is the one that we found is interesting. The first thing that will happen when you click is Dimensions will give you a summary of the paper. Before you even read the paper deeply, it gives you a summary. A very nice summary of the paper, giving an idea of what the paper is about and all this. That the research identifies 19 critical issues that hinder social marketing adoption in Saudi Arabian organizations, and highlight the importance of addressing challenges, whatever. By employing that approach, the study provides insights into. So it gives you a summary of what that paper is about. Then it also goes ahead to give you what we call key highlights. So it picks like 4 or 5 key highlights from the paper, main highlights. So if somebody asks you, what were the key highlights from the paper you are reading, then you just have them at your fingertips here. You don't have to struggle. It has brought for you the 4 key highlights. Then it also goes ahead to bring you what we call top keywords. So you can read through the keywords and see, okay, I think, these keywords resonate to what it is that I'm looking for, so what I'm writing about. So it means that this paper is useful to me. So the too long didn't read option, the key highlights, and the top keywords. Then, of course, when you click on this pop-out arrow, it will take you directly to the website where this paper was published, so that you can directly download and go and read if it's open access, as you can see from here. So you can click on this, it will take you directly to the website of the paper, and then you can now be able to read, download, and save in your computer and do any other things. I'm going to skip that. So then from there, you can, of course, as I said, you can click on the pop-out arrow, go and download the paper and read. You will get the summaries here. You will get the summary, the key highlights, and also the top keywords, and of course the abstract. Then, as I was saying, this paper cited 107 papers. You can see all of them, and you can also now start checking, because then they are really, really related to social media and marketing. So you can, instead of going the other side to again do another search, you can easily now get papers from here. You can get a very, very good papers just from the papers that were cited, because they have active links. But also, it goes ahead now to give you active links, because there are papers that have also cited. There are researchers who published papers later, and they cited the paper that you are reading. So this paper that we are reading has been cited 13 times. All those papers that are citing our paper are also here. So you can easily say which one did they cite and which ones have cited them. So you can also sample them and just see, okay, you check around and see, and you can see all of them here, so that you can also see whether they are also interesting. So that is one thing I like with this, that you can easily check out. And also, of course, on this side, there are the Altimetrics, and also the number of citations and all those things. Those ones are also there. So that is as far as citations go. There's something that I also want to show you before we get to the dimensions. I hope you are seeing the dots on the left. There are several dots here where we have something written apps. When you go to those dots, click on the 3 dots that are next to it. So just hover I'll just go back home. Let me just go back to the main page so that does not confuse us. I'll just remove everything from here. So when you are on this page, where just like the landing page any day, you will always come to these dots here. There are several dots, and then there are 3 dots down here. Click on those 3 dots, and then click on Dimensions Research GPT. Why is this a feature that I want you to use, and you can use on Dimensions? Dimensions Research GPT links to ChatGPT. I know people use ChatGPT for whatever reason, or whatever you use ChatGPT for, I don't know. But what it does is, if you click on it, it will open ChatGPT. But now, you remember when people keep saying that ChatGPT hallucinates. So sometimes it gives you citations that you cannot trace back, or citations that are not real. When you click on what I've shown you, it will open ChatGPT now. But whatever ChatGPT is going to write, it is going to get all its citations from Dimensions. From the 157 million papers, ChatGPT now, when you are chatting with it under Dimensions Research GPT, I hope you are seeing on my screen now, I am chatting under Dimensions Research GPT. It just links directly to ChatGPT. So that if you tell it to write something, it will write that thing, but all the citations are going to come from Dimensions, so that you can trace back and confirm and even download that paper and see. So let's say we want to write something on... So let's say we are talking about what is the effect of climate change on malaria, just as an example. I'm just clicking there. And then you will see that it's going to give us papers that we can trace back to Dimensions. So they found 558,000 plus publications on the link between climate change and malaria. The top, so it has grouped them. The first one is mosquito ecology and species-specific effects, global and regional distribution shifts, mortality impacts under climate change, localized re-emergence, whatever. So what happens is now, you can easily, even if you want to expand further now and say, okay, I want you now to write to me or write a detailed information about this. Then it's now going to write it, but it's going to get all its citations from Dimensions. Okay? All its dimensions, all its citations from here. So that is one feature that I wanted to show you. So when it writes more on that, it means that it's going to write, but then it's going to get its citations directly. You see now it even gives you an arrow so that when you click, it's taking you back to. So whatever you tell it to write, it is now confined within Dimensions. So it's not going to get citations that are nowhere. So you see, every time you click, it takes you directly back to what? To Dimensions. So you can be sure that the paper it has cited is in Dimensions. Let's just check even another one, even this one here. There are several of them here. Depending on what you tell it, it can write maybe a longer one, but let's say even this one. When you click on it, it will take you back to Dimensions so that you can verify whether that paper is indeed there and it talks about that specific topic that it's talking about, you see. So then you can now go and download that paper. You can just go and read its summary and just see what it looks like. So that is one thing I like about this. So I will demonstrate again so that you don't miss it. Once you log into Dimensions, come to this place where there are several dots, click on the 3 dots and then click on Dimensions Research GPT. So now when you are chatting with ChatGPT or you are writing something, you are writing it within the confines of Dimensions. So it's going to draw its it's going to draw its citations from the database, from Dimensions as a database. So it's not just going to pick the citations from nowhere that you cannot verify. So that's one thing I wanted to show you about Dimensions before I go back to the other feature that I'm going to show you here. The next feature that I want to talk about is grants. The others are the same: data sets, patents, clinical trials. Basically, the gist is the same. The only thing that I also felt nice to show you was the grants, because this is about projects. So you are at the University of Nairobi, but then you've seen a call and you want to, put together a consortium. But you want to work with people who have maybe either dealt with that funder before, or people who have done similar projects before, or are currently running similar projects, or you are at the University of Nairobi, you don't know who is doing research where. So under grants, we still can filter by start year, active year, grant status, researcher, or that. But let's look at research projects within University of Nairobi. So we will start by filtering by country. So we have Kenya here. So I want us to see how many projects or project information. So 2,844 project information in Kenya. I want to go, after filtering by country, I want to go to research organization and see, because I know University of Nairobi is top. So University of Nairobi has 490, then you add to search, and then it's going to limit to University of Nairobi. So 490 projects. Some of them are still ongoing. Maybe some of them ended already. But we have 490 projects that are recorded here that were done at the University of Nairobi. Now, it means, therefore, that you can check again and see at the University of Nairobi, who is the top researcher who is running a lot of projects at the University of Nairobi. There's somebody called Dalton Chikoko Wamalwa has 6 projects, James Njogu Kaide, we have Francis D. Juma, R. Muturi Njogu, Joyce Munguti Kaendi. So basically, yeah, you can also check who is running projects there. But then I want to remove University of Nairobi, and I also want to remove Kenya, so that we can, let's say you want to look for projects that are in a specific field of research. Let's say, let's retain Kenya. You can filter by any country. If you want to see researchers in Uganda, Tanzania, no problem. But there's a reason why I want us to maintain it to Kenya. I don't know what is happening to my computer. It's not typing what I want. So let's say we want to see grants that are in Kenya, but from maybe a different university, or we don't want the university, we just want to see how many grants are there in Kenya. But then we can say we want the ones that are active. So we want the ones that will be active between 2025 to 2030. So we want to see which projects will be active between 2025 to 2030. We have 502 projects that will be active in Kenya between 2025 and 2030. We have filtered by year, but then we can decide to go and check by research category. Which field of research are we interested in? Which field of research are we interested in? We want to see projects that are running in which field of research. Let's say environmental science as an example, then you just click. So you are an environmental scientist and you want to see the projects in environmental science in Kenya. So all these are projects. Maybe we might, you can filter even by the university that you want to look at, but then all these are projects. So let's say this one is the one that is interesting to you, circularity and the benefits of that. So maybe this is the one that is interesting to you. You can easily just click and see what it looks like, so that you get to see who is the PI, who is all these organizations are also listed here. You see, all these organizations are listed here. Oh, I'm seeing one of my colleagues here. Yeah, so you can then also, you get the summary of the project, the key highlights from the project. So when you are approaching these people who are running this project, you have a lot of information. You have the total funding, you have the funding period and all these things. So I think these are things that are interesting. So just go and explore. I cannot explore every single aspect of this here, but just go and explore the grants, explore the data sets, explore patents, explore all these things. Just explore and see what it is that is there that can be useful to you, or that can be of interest to you, including clinical trials. If you're in the field of medicine or medical sciences, you'd want to see what clinical trials are currently running in Kenya, just to be at par with what is happening in your specific field. So then there are so many other things you can check around, policy documents, the patents that are there, all this. So go and check it out. Having said that, I want to go back to I want to show you another tool. This other tool is called Scholary. So I'm going to show you another tool. That tool is called Scholary. So Scholary basically is a tool that helps you summarize research papers. So if you don't want to read research papers word by word, because either they are too long or they are too complex for you to extract information out of it, then you can take advantage of this next tool that I'm going to show you. That's called Scholary. I'm just going to share my screen so that you see what Scholary looks like here. Okay, so if you want to get to Scholary, then you just go to your Google and type So Scholary, this is the Scholary that I'm looking for. This one, just type Scholary as I have done, and then when you hit enter, you will find these two options. So you have the first one, it should be Scholary. I don't know why the website is, it's Scholary, Knowledge Made Simple. But there are two options. I want to show you the free option that allows you to summarize 3 papers for free per day without any commitment, without paying anything. So that is the first one that is called, the second one that is called Article Summarizer. So if you are somebody who is just trying it out, you can try with the Article Summarizer. This one allows you to summarize three papers for free every day. So you don't have to commit, you don't have to pay anything. So I'm going to show you that first before we go to the other one. So just click on the Article Summarizer and then click on Try for Free. So when you click that, it allows you to drag and drop papers into this space, or you can click and upload. So I've just uploaded, I'm just going to upload a paper here. One of the papers that I was showing you, but it has now been, so I'm going to upload a paper that was published so that you see what Scholary is going to do to it. You will see how that paper is going to be summarized so that we get the key points without having to read the paper word by word. That is what Scholary does for you. So this is also a tool that I would urge you to just go and explore and check out if you like it, if it's going to make your work easier, rather than reading, downloading a paper and starting to read it from top to bottom, trying to extract information out of it. I have a feeling that this one is going to be a better use of your time if you have a paper in front of you. So this is the paper that we uploaded. So I will stop sharing this for a moment and just show you the actual paper, because that is the only way you can be able to appreciate the summary that Scholary has done. There's a paper that the manuscript that I was showing you, we already published the paper. So I just want to show you, because this is the exact paper that I have taken and uploaded onto Scholary. So it's just the normal paper that you publish, the normal papers. So this is the paper that I have uploaded to be summarized. And you see it's just a complete paper with all the sections, everything, results, all those things. So this is the paper that I uploaded onto Scholary. So you want to see what Scholary has done to this paper now. So after uploading that paper, this is what Scholary has now given us here. Now, so this is what we have now. So it starts, of course, by the title of the paper, as it was, it does not change. And then we go into other details. So these details, some of them are tucked away, they are hidden away so that they don't interfere with your reading, but they are there. Then Scholary goes ahead now to start by giving you a snapshot of the paper. It starts the summary by giving you a snapshot. So that you get, from the onset, you have a snapshot of what is happening in that paper. Even before you read it into too much detail, you have already an idea of what is in that paper. Then it goes ahead now to pick 5 key findings from the paper. See? So that you don't have to struggle, and it takes them directly from the paper. So you don't have to struggle to go and find, okay, I've read a paper, I don't know, I have to take down some notes to just keep. Scholary will bring out the key findings. So these are 5 key findings from the paper. It goes ahead now to summarize for you the objectives. It summarizes the methods. It summarizes the main results here. The key results are here also summarized for you here very well. The main ones, okay? And then the conclusion also summarized for you here. And then you can dig deeper by asking a question. So you can talk to the paper and ask the paper what was the highest value recorded, which of the substrates recorded the best performance for BSF growth, or you can always, and just tell it whatever it is, because it's AI based, so you can always ask the paper anything you want. And on the left, you see all these shortcuts. You can easily jump to any section that you want. And then there's something called research comparison. under Scholastic. Research comparison is where Scholastic is trying to tell you where the paper we are reading, does it agree with previous work? Does it differ with previous work? Where does, all those things. Scholastic does all that for you. So these are things that this is and also future work, for example. This is something that I would want you to check out and see what it looks like. Okay. Now, that is the free version, because somebody would ask, what happens if I'm not connected to the internet? I have my summary on Scholastic, but I'm not connected to the internet. How will I even enjoy or use that summary? Don't worry. You can always export your summaries as Word document, and then you can now just read your summary as a Word document. Each paper. So if you have 100 papers, you can export all your summaries, so that when you want to read the paper, you just go and open your document and read your summaries. Let me show you that let me just see if I can go back here. So you remember when we first did our search, the first option that came was, this is what came. We had this option and this option. So I was demonstrating to you the article summarizer that allows you to summarize 3 papers per day for free without any commitment. But I want to show you the premium version that requires you to pay $4.99. That's like $5 per month. So when you pay $5 per month, you will be able now to access like a premium version. Let me just show you. Let me just log in so that you see what the premium version looks like. So you will access the premium version that allows you to summarize even 1,000 papers. It has no limitation because now you are premium. So if you pay $5, then you are able to summarize as many papers as you want without any limitations. So once you log in to the premium version, this is what will come. You will have a whole library here. This is the landing page. So then you can create your own library, and within the library, you can create documents. So let me just give you an example here. There's a library we created. So when you want to create a library, let me just go back here. When you want to create a library, you just click on create library, then you will give the library a name. And within the library, you can now create folders. I've been creating a lot of libraries just for the universities that we have been training, but I just want to, I'll use this so we created a library, let's say called Lupana University. Then within the library, there are several folders. So within a library, you can create a folder within a library and give it a name. So I have created certain folders within the library and given them names. So within this folder, it has, the folder has a name and papers that are there. So how do you add papers to the folder? Is the same thing. You can drag and drop papers to this folder, or you can click here to import. So you can choose files from your computer, even if there are 1,000, you select all, upload, they will all come. Or if you have text, you have the DOI to a paper that is open access, you can easily just paste the DOI there. Or if you have a paper that is stored in the cloud, so maybe it's stored on Google Drive or Dropbox or OneDrive or Zotero, you can just, then you import. Once you import the papers, this is what the papers will look like. Here I have over 200 papers that I imported. Now, once you import your papers into this platform, they are no longer papers now. They are now called summary flashcards. Okay? Now they are called summary flashcards because they are summaries. They are basically the papers that you uploaded, but they are now converted into summaries. So I think I had already shown you what a summary looks like, but I'll just again show you here. So this is an example. So the summary looks like that. Starts with the title of the paper. These are different paper. The title of the paper. Then it goes to the snapshot down here. So you can always just navigate from the left pane. You can easily just see what is there. From the left, the snapshot, the key findings, you can just directly jump into key findings. You find 5 key findings. When you click on this, it will. So this one has just 3 main key findings that it found. Then it has objectives, just the same way. All that. Then that is true for all the papers. I have over 200 papers, and all of them have been summarized. All of them have been summarized. So what happens if you are not connected to the internet? What you can do is once you do your summaries, all these are summaries. So each paper has its own independent summary. You can click on one, like this one here. You can just click on one like this. Then once you click on one, you can go ahead and select all. When you click on select all, it will select all the papers in that library, and then you can export. So you can export your summaries. You can decide to export your summaries either you can decide to export either as Word, Excel. How do you want to export your summaries? Word, Excel, PowerPoint, or Zotero, or you just want to export as references? So let's say we are exporting as Word. Then I want to show you what happens when you export as Word, so that you see what it looks like when you export as Word. So when you export as Word, it's called literature synthesis. So I just want to show you what a literature synthesis looks like. So I have exported all my summaries in Word, and this is what it looks like. So you see, all the papers have been summarized. So you finish one paper, you get to the next paper, starts with the title, it goes to the snapshot, it goes to the key findings, the objectives, like that. The next paper starts here, the same way, snapshot, like that. The next paper starts here. So you have, this is 283 pages. So if you want to read a paper, you just go to that specific paper and you will read its summary very well without struggling a lot. So that means that you can summarize, you can export your summaries. This is another paper, summary starts from here. Another paper summarized very well. Another paper starts from here, summarized. So you have all your summaries in a Word document, so you can just read and use them. I'm going to demonstrate the last tool before we now have like a plenary where we can now have a general discussion. I think we've also sat for long. I'm also feeling a bit not easy. Yes, we will give a recording. Somebody's asking whether you can show us how to use a tool like if exported to Zotero. Let me just see. Look like if exported to Zotero. No, so Zotero, because you are going to export it either as RIS files or zip, mostly RIS files. So if you export as a RIS file, then you are going to just download one RIS file and upload it on Zotero. And Zotero is going, any reference manager is going to extract all that RIS file into information that you can now use to. So if you are going to select one, let's say we select one here, and then we select all. Then we export here and export as RIS. So this RIS file is going to pick one file that has all the 280 something papers as one RIS file. Then you can upload this RIS file into Zotero or Mendeley, and then the reference manager is going to extract all the information that you need that you can use for citing. That is how you can export it to Zotero, or you can export it to any reference manager. Now, the last tool that I want to show you is a writing tool. This writing tool is called Jenny AI, and Jenny AI works like Google Docs, but it's Google Docs that has so many other things. Let me just demonstrate here so that you see what I mean by when I talk about Jenny AI. This is the last one. There are several of them, but then I also sometimes, I don't, when you, a lot of information in one sitting, so many tools. So this one, you just go and so just go and look for Jenny AI on the internet. This is what you are going to get. Jenny AI, click on Jenny AI. That's what I've done. I've just clicked on the first option here. This one is a writing tool. Then you can create a free version and just log in. Just create a free account, log in. I'll just log in here. Sorry. I'm just trying to log in so that I can be able to access. So Gemini AI is a writing tool that can help you. Okay, so this is what it looks like. So don't worry about this one. This one is okay. This one is what I was using for another training. So once you log in and land on this page, just click on new, and we are starting a new document. So we are starting a new document. So for Gemini AI, when you are writing, you need to tell it what you want to write about. So let's say we want to write about something is wrong with my keyboard, so don't worry. So let's say that is what we want to write, the potential of aquaponics in fish and vegetable production in Kenya. Then you decide whether you want to use standard headings, smart headings. Let's just use standard headings, and then you start writing. We'll see what will happen here. So it has divided, of course, into introduction, a bit of literature review, methodology, results, discussion, and conclusion. So what will happen is, of course, the methodology you are going to, because this one's AI cannot write for you. You are the one who knows how to describe how you collected your data. AI does not know how you collected data. AI does not have the results because these are results of what. So the methodology and results section, it cannot write for you because you are the one who has these things. But it can help you now interpret the results and also write a bit of literature review, but it can also help you write an introduction if you give it the right context. Now, you see here, what this does is, one, it allows you to edit as you write. Some tools will just generate text and you don't even know, you did not participate in the writing. So this one will allow you to read first. Once you read and think, okay, I think this one is okay, then you click accept. Once you accept, then it generates the next text. Once you accept, it generates the next text. If you feel that text is not okay, then it can always try again, then it generates another text. Now, two things. One is you can create a library here and upload documents to your library. So let's say you have downloaded 100 papers that you think are very good for writing information on aquaponics. You can always upload them to Jenny, so that when you are writing, it is only going to write from based on your library and not from any other external source. So you can upload, and then once you upload the library, because like here I have my library, and the library has papers here. So once you upload, then in the settings here, once you upload your library, then in the settings, you are going to tell it where you want the citations to come from. Do you want it to cite from external sources, or do you want it to cite from the library? So if you don't want it to cite from external sources, you will kill that one, or you will toggle that one off, and then it will only be writing but citing only papers from your library, because you have instructed that I only want you to cite from my library. That is under settings. Or if you wanted to also get papers from elsewhere, you can just say, let that one be, and then it will be citing from external sources and also from your library. The citation style, there are several citation styles here, over 2,600 citation styles. So you can choose whichever you want. And if you choose, it's going to change automatically. And as it writes, it also populates your reference list automatically. You don't have to do anything. Every time it cites, it brings it down here and arranges it. And you can always change the citation style that you want just from here. It's that simple. Then you can also say, where do I want the recency? How recent do I want my papers to be? then you can set them here and say how recent you want your papers to be. The good thing with this is also that you can edit within the document. You know, there are some tools that do not allow you to edit. This one, you can always edit and add text and add whatever it is that you want as you write. So that's why I was saying it puts you in the writing so that you can be able to, edit as you write without saying that, okay, at the end of it all, I want to look at the document in totality. No. Here you can be reading sentences and saying maybe Kenya is not right. So maybe I can put that one as maybe Kisumu or whatever. Then you can say, okay, let me delete this one. Maybe it's not correct. So you can always edit here even as you write. That is one thing I like with this tool, that you can write, you can edit as you write. That is one powerful part of it. Then the other thing that I also wanted to show you is, of course, you can also, okay, let me just, I deleted everything. There's something I wanted to show here. I wanted to show you that even on Genie AI, you can confirm these citations. When you hover your cursor over a citation, it will open quote. When you click on open quote, then it will take you to where this paper has come from so that you can confirm this paper. Like this one is open access, so it's very easy. You will just go and get it. Even this one, when you hover like this, it allows you to, it allows you to open quote, or you can view. Just go and view the document and see, because this one is this one is also open access, so you can easily view just to confirm whether the citation is right or the citation is not there. So you can always verify. The other function that and also, of course, before I forget, it also has the options here where you can, where is it? Where you can, let me just remove some things from the, yeah. So it allows you to insert image, it allows you to insert tables, it allows you to insert equations, all these things. It allows you to insert all these things. The other thing, the other function, I've shown you the library function. The other function is the AI chart. When you click on the AI chart, it opens a window on the bottom right. So here you can tell the document what to do. So you can tell it to rewrite the introduction, focusing on a specific area, or taking a specific angle, or focusing on a specific type of fish or a specific type of vegetable, because here we are talking about aquaponics, where we are producing fish and vegetable. So you can tell it anything to rewrite. You can tell it to, oh, I think there's a problem with the, there's a certain problem with my keyboard and it's bringing a lot of issues here. Okay, I will try. Rewrite the introduction. Focusing on something, on lettuce as a vegetable, or lettuce and something. So there's a problem with my keyboard. I'm yet to fix it. So what I was saying is you can tell it what to do, or you can also tag specific papers from your library. You can say rewrite the introduction based on these papers, and then you use the @ sign. Then you tag a paper from your library. Let's say you tag that paper, another @ sign, tag another paper, another @ sign, tag another paper. So let's say you wanted to write rewrite the objective, the introduction, but focusing on specific papers. You can direct it what you want it to do for you. So basically that is what it does, and then you can easily also just export it. So you can export whatever you've written as Word, as LaTeX, or you can copy to clipboard and then go and paste somewhere else, and many other things. There's something they're also trying here that is AI detection. So you can here, okay, it's just rewriting what I have just instructed it. When I tagged certain papers, it's now working based on those papers. There's something I wanted to show you here. Under checks here, you can check for AI detection. You can easily run and see what percentage of whatever is written is human, is AI, or what percentage is human. So what happens is now it also gives you suggestions where you can rescan and just see what it looks like. But then with this, you can easily now be modifying from this side, I'll be editing and looking at how it reduces. So these are things you can play around with. But this one, it's still under trial, so we are not very sure how well it works. Thank you for that. It's been a long day, but we are here. So we are now open for a plenary session where we are going to discuss anything before we close. It could be a question, it could be a compliment, it could be anything, because we are now drawing to an end. So much for your patience, and that ends my presentation for the day.
Nice. Thank you so much. I know you've indicated it's now a plenary where we can make compliments, and if there is any question, we can raise that. So I think mine is coming in as a compliment. I think AI, there's been quite a bit of discussions which I've been part of in other sectors, where most people are thinking, AI, do we need to get it to do for us everything and anything that we do? What do we call it? The Wikipedia team were here. We had a conversation about AI. And the reality is we cannot run away from it. And I think much of what the universities need to do, as you've indicated in the earlier sections of this conversation, is that they need to show the learners, the students and the scholars, which ones do you need to use? Where do they need to be applied? What is the best use? And the extent of acknowledgement that needs to be given at any time. So for me, I really appreciate, especially this last section where we are talking about the AI applications. Specifically, I've not been so much into the use with the Jenny, because I think most probably is I've not been so much into the research aspects, but I think it makes the work very easy. The aspect which I wanted to bring out as a question is that part which you are illustrating to us, the check. Because I know if we literally pull everything in, everything is AI, then the possibilities of our papers being rejected, either by the reviewers at the point of publications, or even at the point when we've made submissions to our lecturers, is very high. I know some people talk about how to ensure that perhaps your documents or maybe your papers are AI proof. If possible, you could perhaps walk us through that bit. How do I ensure that perhaps the papers I'm making submission of, or maybe the documents I'm working on, is moving towards the AI acceptable levels of, in quotes, plagiarism? Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. I think you are straight up asking, how do I beat these AI detectors? Because I want to give an example. At my university, several students are now facing disciplinary because their works, because the C-Turnitin has an inbuilt AI detector. So it will detect if your content is AI generated, and to a certain level of accuracy. But then also there have also been debates about, because there are people who have said I've typed something out of my own head, and then when I took it to AI, it was 75 or 80% AI generated. So how then do we get into those arguments? So these are things, because it's still a new thing. It's the same thing when plagiarism and similarity indices came. lecturers would scan, and somebody is given your work. They are scanning, but they don't know the difference between what is similar and what is plagiarized. And that was also a very long debate of what then do I include what do I include in the scanning? Do I exclude the preliminary pages? Do I include people still also did not understand even how to use it. So over time, they have now gotten to understand it. Now, I always tell people, there are students who have always told me that, Nicholas, there are tools that can also humanize. That is the word that they use, that I can generate content out of using AI, and then I use a certain tool to humanize. There is what we call AI1 and AI2. So you can humanize, you can generate information using AI. That is AI1, because it was generated from AI. But if you use another AI tool to humanize, you are introducing AI2. So the detector you can bypass AI1, but then the detector will say that there's AI2 the AI2 that was used to maybe regenerate or so. The best way to beat AI is, because I always tell people, they tell me, then how is that AI helping me again if I have to read those things word by word again and correct? The thing is, AI has already saved you enough time because you don't have to type 300 pages. AI has done a bit of some, typing for you a little bit. So yours is to sit down with that document and read it, not sentence by sentence, but word by word. That's what I tell students. I tell them, my word is not the law. I'm not going to tell you not to use AI. That's your problem, because even if I tell you, you are still going to use it. But make sure you sit down with that document, because AI has saved you a lot of stress. Sit down with that document and read it word by word, every single word. And if you see any is not in place or any sounds a bit robotic, make your own judgment on how to shift around the sentences and make them, because it's during that time that you also get to internalize what has been written and see whether it makes sense. Because even just giving prompts to this AI is also a skill that some people are also even teaching people how to give the correct prompt so that you get the right. We could be looking for the same thing, but based on the prompt that we give, we can get different results. So it's something that we keep learning. But we have to appreciate the fact that AI is getting smarter and smarter, and it's still here with us. It's not going to run away. So in academia, we will keep using it. For now, what I will tell people is, once you generate anything out of AI, sit down with it and read it word by word and synthesize and look at the way you can make it your own. That is the only way you can humanize. If you use another tool to humanize it, I'm afraid you will still be caught. So mine is to advise that once it is generated out of AI, sit down with it and read it one by one. Part of it is also checking for facts. Maybe AI might have thrown in some things here and there, some sensational sentences that do not have any scientific backing. So go and read, and as you read, you synthesize, and as you synthesize, you can also conceptualize and make it yours.
Thank you so much. I think the only bit which I can perhaps mention, based on what you've just indicated, at some point when you are having conversation again about AI, it was indicated to us that if someone uses AI, then the reasoning kind of turns out as a complete logic. The AI will actually try and tie notes here and there and ends up giving more of like a complete circle, contrary to our brains, which perhaps might leave a few aspects here and there in terms of reasoning. But as we've indicated, I agree. Thanks so much for that. I think it is much more to do with what efforts do we put into it, even in as much as, yes, AI is supporting us in these processes. Thank you so much. Thanks.
And I think just back to what you have said, that AI tries to bring out like a perfect reasoning where it does not want to leave anything hanging. It closes the loop. But there are people who are smart enough to even instruct AI to leave glaring. I have seen students who are so smart that at giving, because there are also, there are AIs that can generate for you an AI prompt that when you put somewhere, it will make an argument that has glaring mistakes, not in terms of even reasoning flow, but sometimes it's just in terms of how the structure of the sentences are, that when you read through, you think, this guy what kind of English is this? But the reasoning is very sound, But then you see the way the structure is written. So, people are really finding ways of going around it. But we will keep learning. I think it's still something that is pretty new for us, and not just for us alone, but for everyone else. So we keep learning around it. The most important thing, and especially for the educators here, is instead of telling students never to use it because they use them, it's about telling them how ethically can they use it. When they use it, is it possible for them to just come out and say, hey, my methodology was a bit complex, so I sought the use of AI just to help me organize it around. And there is no problem around it. Our universities, like I was giving an example, that you have been called to disciplinary and your proposal has been rejected because you used AI. If your university does not have, of course, there are exam malpractices that are touching on plagiarism and all those other things. But as it is, most universities still do not have any rules that are talking explicitly about the use of AI. So if you are going to tell me that you are not going to accept my proposal or my thesis because it has a lot of AI generated content in it, what university provisions gives you the strength to deny me that? If I take you to court, okay, this is just me reasoning, maybe stupidly, but then I'm just trying to push it further to say that universities need to move with speed and come up with very clear guidelines on how AI is going to be used by students and scholars within this university, so that there's no vacuum on how then you deal with this. Because sometimes you call a student to the disciplinary and they are sitting in front of you, and then they ask you, which university examination rules did I break? Then they will say maybe something to do with any irregularity. But then you say, but you called me here on account of having used AI in the university statutories. Is there anything touching on AI? Then they will say, it's implied, not implied. So I think it's just a wake-up call to our universities that there's a need for us to provide very clear guidance on how then can people use AI, to what extent, and how then do they declare that they have used AI.
Thank you so much.
Yes, any other comment before we close it? There are also some announcements in the chat about the certificate and the fact that this recording will be shared, plus all the other materials that I used during training. We are going to share even the presentations so that you can also read and even use them at your own free time.
Thank you, Daktari. That was a very insightful session since morning and very practical, so to speak. I just have a question on the Scholary tool, particularly the free one, the non-premium version. From the summaries, can you export to a tool like Zotero or Mendeley? And would it still retain, the information that you require for your citation?
From the summary, of course, you can extract the citation from you can, let me just go back there and just show something here. Oh, so you're talking about the article summarizer, the one that I showed first before I went to show the,
yes,
how do you call the premium version. So you have uploaded a paper there, let's say one paper that you have uploaded, and you are now, I'm just going to do that just to see where is that paper. Okay, well, I'm going to show you here. I'm just going to share my screen so that you see what it looks like. So this is where I'm uploading the paper. Then once the paper is uploaded, you can export from here. Are you seeing export up here?
Yes.
So from this export, you can export the summary of the paper as a Word document, or you can export the citation as a reference here. Or as a RIS file, because then this you can easily just upload on Zotero on Mendeley, and then it will be extracted and all the information is there. So you can use that summary, and then you use either of this to export the references that you can use. Okay. So from there, you are going to just have a RIS file, and that RIS file you can easily upload, and everything is going to be extracted. Or from the references, when you also export as a reference, it's still going to just bring the reference information, and then you can upload it to your reference management tool, and you still can cite.
Ah, okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so I guess here we are. We are going to share the recordings. We are also going to continue the conversation in our WhatsApp groups. We have a TikTok channel. Maybe we are going to share also the link. We stopped a bit when I was just preparing to defend my thesis that I did successfully last week. So now I am a free man. So at least now I will start again going live every Thursday and every Sunday on TikTok from 8 p.m., mostly from 8 p.m. Thursday and from 8 p.m. Sunday, where we go live on TikTok, just talking about scientific writing and communication in general, any questions that are there. So from time to time, if you find time, just join us in the live session. Maybe we could be tackling a few things. But even before that, if you are a user of TikTok, just go there and check the Simple Academic. We have several videos talking about different aspects. Share, like, recommend for your friends so that we can grow the channel. It's at 15,000 people. We want it to get to 1 million. So basically there are several platforms through which we share this. There's WhatsApp, there's the WhatsApp community, there's TikTok, we have a podcast. There's a lot. And if you're at the University of Nairobi and you've never gone to the TCC Africa offices that are at Chiromo campus, I don't know what you are waiting for, because there's a lot waiting for you there. So if you have not gone there, just one day, just take a point of walking in and asking around. There is a lot that you can benefit from by just visiting our offices at the University of Nairobi, Chiromo. I will allow Kevina to give further direction from here.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nicholas. So before I give my final comments, I'd like to open the floor for any feedback for us or the trainer. If you're unable to unmute, just feel free to type in the chat or send your feedback at the admin email that I had shared in the chat. I'm going to add it as well just now. And then, any feedback? Okay. Yeah. Dr. I can see some people in the chat who say thank you for the presentation and the training. And Teresa, you're welcome to pay a visit to our offices. We are located at Chiromo campus. Okay. So certificates are going to be offered for this training. So be sure to submit your name, as I had mentioned earlier, to our admin email. We'll also share the notes and the recordings for your reference, either tomorrow or on Wednesday. So if you're not already in any of our communities, I have added a link in the chat to our WhatsApp and Slack for more opportunities to enhance your research life cycle. So thank you all. I will leave the meeting on for about 2 minutes so that you can take whatever information you need from the chat. Or if you have any questions for me or Dr. just feel free to add them in the chat before I close the room. Thank you so much, everyone, for your dedication and showing up. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. I hope to see you soon in our other programs. Goodbye.